We are live now, Madam Mayor.
They said we have a special meeting ahead of time for boards.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor. We are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to August 15th, 2023 special meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach. This is a special meeting regarding advisory boards and appointments. May I have a roll?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy is absent. Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, just to inform everyone, there are only going to be 2 interviews this evening. Francisco Felipe, I believe his name was, he is unavailable this evening.
Oh, okay. So who are we interviewing?
Mark Hum stated that he would be here, and
He's
her
here.
last name is Hernandez, Andrea Hernandez.
And I believe she's here as well. All right, great. Thank you. Okey doke. So let's get started.
Do you want to tell them how the 1 minute and stuff? So they.
Yeah, you've got a 1-minute introduction. You know, we've read your stuff, so we're not coming to this poll. You have a 1 minute, just sort of here's why I want to be here, here's who I am, and then if we have any questions, we will ask you. And then I believe we're going to vote tonight.
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll have a vote tonight, and thank you, whatever happens, thank you for your interest. We had 55 applicants this year, and that's like amazing. That was so great. So thank you very much. So who's gonna run this show? Shona? No. Shayla?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do it in the order that they were. So if Mrs. Hernandez would like to come up first for the Education Task Force, then I will go ahead and time her 1 minute.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Hernandez. Thanks for coming in.
Please state your name and address for us.
It turned green? Should be.
Yes, it's on.
Thank you.
Hi,
Good evening.
good evening.
Hi. Just,
My name's Andrea Hernandez. My son attends Highland Elementary School. I actually attended myself when it was first built. Well, the new school was built. Yeah, I would love to be a part of it. Just to help out. I'm always there. I attend the SAC meetings. I love to be involved. I tell all his teachers that if they need anything, let me know. I love to, celebrate the holidays with them. I send my son with goodie bags and, just be involved. And, my parents couldn't be involved, so I try to do that for my son.
good to you.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, can you state your name for the address, for the record as well? Your address for the record, I apologize.
My address as well.
Yeah.
Andrea Hernandez, 619 North A Street, Lake Worth, Florida, 33460.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. Have you ever attended the educational task force meetings? Are you familiar with what their
No, I have not.
the drive is? Okay. You have not? Okay.
I have not, no, but I can attend.
You would. if you could.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I love the fact that you're up at that school anyway. I mean, you went there. Wonderful history.
Yes.
And this is the only, there's no competition for this role?
Correct.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to appoint Andrea Hernandez to Task Force for Highland Elementary.
Do I have-
Great. Excited.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Well,
Thank you. Thank you.
so much. Thank
No
you so
problem.
much.
Thank you.
Who was the second? I apologize.
The second was Ms. Malega.
Thank you.
All right, and our feelings will not be hurt if you don't stick around.
All right.
It's real boring after a while. Okay, come on up. Your turn.
Hi, Mark Hum, 708 North H Street, Lake Worth, Florida, 33460. I've lived here for I don't know, 10, 15 years. And since I've been here, I got involved with street painting and toting beer, ice,
Good old days.
doing the grunt work and worked my way up to being the entertainer on the bus, running people
yes.
back and forth.
Yep.
So I've always been involved with the city, and I've been on the board for quite a number of years as it is already. And I love being on there and being a part of it, and like to continue.
Okay. Hi, the let the record reflect that Mr. McCoy has arrived.
Yes,
Uh,
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for your service, Mark.
Really, thank you for your service and thank you for coming back. And so we realized you couldn't make it the last time, so,
Yeah, I was up north. I was on vacation, so
oh dear.
it's nice.
Were you any place fun?
I was Western New York,
Oh, beautiful.
and it was in the mountains and hills in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
It was great.
okay.
You know? Yeah, it was a little nippy at night. So,
Yeah, I'm just curious, what is your favorite part about or most meaningful part about being on the board?
I don't know. I just being on the board, I guess, is it.
Okay. We have two, my understanding is we have two vacancies on this board. Okay,
Correct. There are 2 vacancies.
We done with questions?
great. Does anyone else?
Okay.
You have more questions?
I don't know. I
Oh.
don't.
Does anyone have any questions? No, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll try not to be jealous that you were in the great woods of the Adirondacks.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mark Hum and Hank Kosky to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, for any discussion?
Sorry, Vice Mayor, you need to turn your mic on.
Dude, thank you. I said, did we consider Eleanor Schenk as one of the applicants for this position?
I think her name came up. Who have we didn't do any appointment. Who was on that list? Did we appoint a number and then left the 2 open? Is that how we did? it? Okay.
Yeah, we
So who's-
appointed Juan
Yeah,
because we needed the architect and Dave Matthews got 4 votes.
right.
I think Henry and Eleanor both got 3 votes. Yeah,
Correct.
if I'm remembering correctly.
It's good to have you keep track.
And I might
You are
be,
Commissioner Stokes.
Thank you. So do I have a motion? We have a motion. We have a second. Do I have all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, I opposed.
nay,
I would have.
Nay. Okay, so
thought we were gonna have more, this is not how we did the other appointments at all. We all went down and named our top 2 and then we,
I thought, didn't you just tell me that we appointed a number of them the other day?
we appointed, I think, 2 out of the 4 open positions, but we all went down and said who our top 2 were and then added those up and then we
Do you
didn't
have
jump right
those?
to a.
But we didn't just do that for the Educational Task Force.
Right. But do we have, Shayla, do you have the scores from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, let me grab them really quick.
Thank
And
you.
are we leaving Sacred Heart open then?
No one else is
Educational Task
applying.
Force?
If someone applies, I don't think there's any applicants for it.
Right.
I don't want to put words in Commissioner Stokes' mouth, but I get the impression that what she was referring to is our procedure that we used before was not that we made a motion, but that we all kind of said, hey, this is what we think of the very.
But you have to have a motion in a second before you can discuss it.
That's what we did.
And then I feel like we called for the vote very quickly.
Okay,
Before
well,
discussion is over.
fine. We're getting the score from Shayla. Yeah, I think we appointed Dave Matthews.
And Juan Cotton were the 2 that were appointed at the last round.
Okay, so
Hotsky got 3,
what-
Shank got
Shayla,
3.
hold on a second, I didn't hear you. We appointed who? Compton
Yes, and Mr. Matthews.
and Mr. DeVoe.
That was HRP.
That was it.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Dave Matthews got appointed
Okay, so Dave and Juan were appointed.
and Juan Cotton were appointed.
And then what was the score on the others? Almost forgot.
Mr. Poskey got 3. Eleanor Schneck, sorry if I mispronounced the last name, got 3. Mr. Richter got 2 votes. Then the last name is Center, got 2 votes, and then Hollowell got 1 vote.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
the highest scorers were Foskey and Eleanor Schenk. So that's good. So who else do we want? So we only have 2 openings.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so tonight we voted, so we already voted on Ms. Shank and Mr. Foskey. We have 2 openings to fill. Tonight, Mr. Mr. Ham got 4 votes. So I think it would be between, if he's got the 4 votes, and then redo a vote on Mr. Foskey and Ms. Shank. Because that would fill the board, correct, Sheila?
Correct.
Okay, so.
I would make a motion that we appoint Eleanor Schenk to the remaining position.
Well. Okay, do I have a second?
Wait. So is that for Mark and Eleanor?
Right, that'd be Mark and Eleanor.
Should we just take one at a time?
It's-
I make a motion to approve Mark Hum.
We've done that already. We have 4.
We haven't voted yet.
We did before 1.
That were we,
It
was
was
it
a
just
com-
Mark Home?
No, it was a combined. I did Mark and Hank.
Let's separate it to make it.
I thought we had voted for Mr. Today. And it was 4-1, and then Mr. McCoy had to put, all right, fine. So let's do them separately. Somebody who made a motion?
I did.
Okay, what was that for, Mr.?
Mr. Hum.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4-1. So that,
Motion to approve Hank Foskey.
do I have a second?
let's discuss it, I guess.
Okay. It's so long ago that we talked about.
I know.
One of the things about Mr. Posky that I thought was positive on him, they were both obviously qualified. But Mr. Posky comes from an area of the city that really is unrepresented on these boards. It's usually, he's from the Lake Osborne area,
Murray Hills.
so at Murray Hill, so I thought it would be good to have kind of a different perspective. Everybody, he's sort of off the main grid. So I thought from that perspective, it would be good. He's been very active in this area. So that's kind of why I was leaning towards Mr. Posky. Ms. Shank lives in town. Let me look at her stuff again. Mr. McCoy?
And I think your point is well taken, that it's, there's multiple things that we might try to optimize for. One of them is spatial representation of different parts. I would say that part of the city does not have a lot of development generally, whereas other parts do. So that's somewhat of a counter argument to that, but I thought Eleanor's I believe that's a new experience was quite good. And pretty appropriate for the board.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Foskey's also been very involved with the conversations in regards to 6th Avenue South and all the construction. He's also been a previous city commissioner in Northern New York. He's been in the finance world. He has a lot of, I believe he just has a lot of attributes to bring to the city. He is a full-time resident. He's not a snowbird.
Right.
So, I mean, I encouraged him to apply. I think that he's had a lot of insight in regards to some of the projects that are happening in the city, not just what's affecting that area.
Yeah, I would hate to think that you don't live in, if you live in an area of the city that doesn't have that much development, you don't get to say what happens in the city. Also, there's a real big controversial project over there that he's been very involved with. When we went to there was a big meeting over in the role of this recently, and he was there. It's about the old Smith property, and it's a huge problem. It's been going on for 20 years. So that's where I would go. Mr. Diaz.
I hope that wouldn't be a problem in the future, but my notes on it does seem like this happened ages ago, but looking at my notes, the things that stood out to me on Posty is that he is also the vice chair for the County Fair Housing EEO board. And now that I look at my notes, I did I could have sworn we put her on something else, but I do like how Shank was a practicing public interest lawyer who works with low income families, which I think, as we all know, is such a priority for us here. And she had a lot of experience in land use and historic preservation. And unfortunately, we didn't find another role for her in any of our quasi judicial boards. So it's kind of like, it's not an easy choice for sure. Do we give someone new who's uber qualified a chance, or do we go with the tried and true is basically what we're looking for?
Well, both of them would be new to the board.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Shank has participated in other things in the city over the years.
So. Do I have a motion?
I made a motion, Rudy, and he made one.
So there's no, but there's no second for either one?
Correct.
Or without a second?
Commissioner Stokes is a light on.
Yes, my top two choices were Eleanor and Andrea Center, but she only got 2 votes, from what I remember. So I really do like, but Henry Poski was also high on my list. And I think I've been convinced. I do think it's important that we do have, and I believe Eleanor might have actually said herself, we have a lot of representation from our area of town, and that it would be great to see representation from elsewhere. So you have convinced me. I appreciate you for taking the time.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I knew my top 2 were Eleanor and Andrea. None of them were in that original motion, and I needed time to understand where it was coming from.
Mr.
So.
Deanne, thank you, I appreciate that.
Oh,
Oh, just random, like, okay, so there's a motion by Ms. Malega for Mr. Kolsky. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so thank you very much. Mr. Powski and Mr. Hum are our new members. Thank you very much.
It's a 5 for Sacred Heart.
No, we just, Francisco, who hasn't been able to make it to the, so.
They can always come back.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, see you
Aye.
at the clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Madam Mayor, it is 6:02 and we are live again.
Great, thank you. And good evening, everyone in here and out in the internet. Good evening and welcome to the regular city commission meeting of August 15th, 2023. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Here,
Commissioner Sarah Malika,
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Ronaldo Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Diaz will lead us in the, please. All right, let's give everyone a minute to settle down. Settle down. Mr. Diaz, Sally, Ms. Welsh, we can settle. Okay, Mr. Diaz will lead us in the invocation or moment of silence.
All right, these are always a little bit challenging. There's some touchy issues out there, and I've been thinking a lot lately about what's happening in Maui, especially. It's really not the only place on the planet right now that's dealing with some sort of tragic climate-related emergency like that. And I just want encourage everyone to take a moment in your own way to give your thoughts to the community out there and think about how so far we've been well protected and spared from those sort of things.
Amen. I'll lead the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or reorders?
We do, Madam Mayor. New business item C, the discussion regarding the requested $2 million transfer of ARPA funds for affordable housing to the CRA was deleted and moved to the September 5th meeting.
Thank you very much. May I have a vote to take the agenda as changed?
Motion to approve as amended.
Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Vice Mayor McVoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now, we have three presentations, and we have two presentations tonight, and there's no public comment on presentations, and we don't comment on presentations. The first one is Hoops to Hope presentation by Tom McArdle. He's the founder, and it was brought forward by Commissioner Malega. And there he is.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Thank you everybody for being here, and the council. Thank you for this opportunity. There was a slide presentation to go with this.
IT is probably making their way there to help.
Okay. Well,
If not, I can share it from here.
There we go.
Oh, this is different.
Is
yeah,
that it? Is that your
That-
slide?
that's-
That's not it. That's not it. Nope, that's not it.
looks like we might have to move forward without it. Anyway, that's it. That's
There
it.
you go.
So my name is Tom McGarl. I'm the founder of Hoops to Hope. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we were born out of the Norman J. Wembley Gymnasium in the Osborne community just down the road here. I was getting a cup of coffee one day and I saw a sign. They were advertising for signups for rec basketball league, so I called to see if they needed coaches. They did. I showed up the first day of practice and I met Coach Joe Lowe, who will probably be here shortly, but some of you may know Joe. And we kind of hit it off right away. So at the end of the season, we decided to have an end of the year party for the kids. We did it at Howard Park, down by the community center there over by the gym. And over the course of the year, you start to see that the gym's a little bit of a hot spot in the community, and people that don't even have kids in the program are there just to watch. And you have kids from the neighborhood hanging out, and they'll sneak up to your bench and say, "Hey, coach, let me play." I start thinking, well, you're appropriate age. How come you're not playing? And so Joe and I started talking, and I asked him, is it a financial barrier? Can these kids not afford to pay the registration fee? And Joe said, for a lot of them, that probably is the case. So we decided that we were going to raise some money and pay registration fees for these kids. Our vision is to provide more opportunities for young people in the community. Next slide, please. So it started with this rec league. And so we thought Hoops to Hope is kind of a cute name because it's basketball, but basketball is really the least of what this is about. What this is really about is teaching kids skills that are going to help them as they advance through life. And on the next slide is our mission statement that, there we go. So we aim to improve our community by helping young people through involvement in team sports and other activities, build self-esteem and develop skills that will ultimately help them make better life decisions. So being a part of a team sport, you're part of something bigger than yourself, right? You're learning to play well with others. You're learning to communicate. You're learning about decision-making, about commitment, the value of hard work. You win, you lose, you learn to deal with all the emotions that come with both appropriately. So this is really what it's all about. And by the way, that's Jacoby. Jacoby hit about 5 foul shots down the stretch of the championship game to ice that game for his team. He also recently won a spelling bee. And in the For the Children talent show, he was the lead for his little group. Yeah, he's just an all-around good kid. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge a couple people that were instrumental in this. Joe Lowe is certainly one of them. Miss Trudy Lowe, For the Children, kind of the unofficial mayor of that neighborhood. She of that neighborhood, not the city.
Just checking.
Yeah. But she kind of took me by the hand and led me into opportunities to get involved. Also, Patrick Livingston, Arms of Hope, another nonprofit in the community. He's been a mentor, kind of showing me the ropes. And Jim Sugarman, who is on the board of the Rotary Club in Lake Worth Beach, just a salt of the earth kind of guy. And he walked me through the process of becoming an official 501c3. Also, our board members would include Joe, Justin and Tara Nearing, and Tira Glover, who is an extremely talented photographer, and she put together this presentation. Glover Girl Pics, check her. So what we've done so far, we've been able to provide 40 plus scholarships. And by scholarships, basically, we paid the registration fee for the Lake Worth Beach Rec League. We've donated over $1,000 in gift cards to the communities. Most of those go through Miss Trudy because Miss Trudy knows where the need is, because people in need tend to go to Miss Trudy. We also were able to cover expenses for 3 kids to play Lake Worth Pride basketball, to go to a travel tournament that they couldn't have afforded to go to otherwise. So this is what we've done so far. Next slide, please. The next slide is a testimonial of sorts from one of our parents. I'll kind of summarize it. Basically, can I do this?
Is it happening from here?
So to summarize, this is a single mother of 3 who was saying that it was expensive to have 3 kids play in the rec league. Hoops to Hope paid for them. They all had a great time. And this is not an isolated situation. A lot of our families, especially in certain communities in Lake Worth, single parent homes, multiple children, it gets expensive. The other thing that we've kind of seen is there are some situations where there's not a whole lot of parental involvement. And so these are the families that we're kind of targeting. Joe was instrumental in this process. We did 40 plus scholarships. Joe had each family fill out a paper form to get them registered. As Joe says, he's not from around here, he's from here. So he knows the neighborhood, he knows the people, he knows who to go to. We're working with Marquise, the new athletic director, the leisure activities department, to kind of streamline that process. Now we need to go ahead 2 slides.
Shayla? There we go.
Okay,
There we go.
so this is what we hope to do moving forward. So first of all, this past season, we scholarshiped 40 kids. The season before that, there was about 50 kids total that played in the 2 leagues. With our scholarships, we got that number up to 80 for this past season. Before the end of the calendar year, we want to provide scholarships for at least 50 more children. In 2024, we're hoping that there will be 2 rec leagues over the course of the year, and we want a scholarship over 100 children. We want to help to continue to grow that league. Unofficial goal is we want Lake Worth Beach Rec Basketball to be the premier recreational basketball league in the area. We want kids coming from other areas because they want to play in our league. We also want to continue to provide additional support to Lake Worth Pride travel teams. There he is.
All right.
Joe Lowe's in the house. I already told them, you're not from around here, you're from here. Joe Lowe is a board member and vice president. He and I both reached out to coaches for the travel teams towards that end. And then Jalissa Lowe is one of the premier defenders in the rec league. We also want to expand the scholarship opportunities beyond basketball and beyond sports in general to other organized activities. So it started with basketball, but kids might like other sports. Kids might want to play in the band, and maybe they can't afford the cost of the instrument. Maybe they want to be in the debate club. Maybe there is no debate club and they want to start a debate club. We want to help. We want to know about this and we want to help. Next slide, please.
They can come here, we'll teach them about debate.
Yeah, this would be a good place to start. So what we know is that aside from the benefits we've talked about, the physical benefits and the other skills that they learn, kids that get involved in these activities and have a positive experience tend to stay involved in these activities. Those kids tend to graduate from high school. Those kids tend to go to college. Those kids tend to have better job prospects. On the flip side, kids that don't get involved in these activities do not graduate high school at quite the same rate. They can get into legal trouble and other troubles. I was told that when the gym was closed, I think once for COVID and once because there was damage to the roof for a storm, the crime rate in the area goes up a little bit. And now you have kids running around the streets because there's not anything organized or even the open gym for them to go to. The other thing, studies show that teens that get involved in these activities early and stay involved, the teen pregnancy rate goes down drastically. So this is the impact we're hoping to have. We're starting with basketball and trying to keep the focus small, but thinking about bigger things for the community moving forward. So check us out. Hoopstohope.com is coming soon. We're in our infancy, so we're still working on that. Through the website, you can contact us. We need money to do these things, so we are trying to raise money, but we also want to know where the need is. If you know of a kid, a family, an organization that needs help, we want to start right here in Lake Worth and work our way out. But we want to know about that. So we're looking, at both ends of the spectrum. Where can we get money and where can we best spend it to help? We do have an Instagram following, or not really much of following. We have an Instagram account. We're working on building a following.
How long have you been doing this?
Since April of this year.
Oh, wow.
April of this year. Yeah. So
And
we
you have your 501c3.
have our 501c3. We hit the ground running. And again, I met Joe. Joe introduced me to Miss Trudy. Jim Sugarman is another guy. I can't say enough about. He introduced me to Patrick Livingston. And so we've made some what you'd call capital connections so far.
But before this, Hoops the Hope, Tom was doing, came in like like a brother, and he really helped out. Because I'm from the community, and he came in like he's from the community.
And you accepted him?
Man, after
With open arms.
about this New York shirt he had on. Yeah, New York.
That's how it started. I walked into the gym in like 2 magnets. I'm wearing a New York Giants shirt, and Joe comes right up to me and said, "Listen, coach, it's great you're here to help the kids, but we got to do something about the t-shirt." And the rest is history. But I was welcomed into the community with open arms. I've been in Florida for a long time. This is the first time I felt like I'm from the Northeast, from New Jersey, which doesn't make me unique down here. But once I came to Lake Worth and the Osborne community, it's the first time Florida's really felt like home to me.
He
So
really said something to me. He after the Lake River League, he volunteered at West Point. He said, "Joe, Lake River is like family. West Point is not like family." So he said, "I want to concentrate right here in Lake River."
different vibe.
It's a different thing.
We're
Lake-
family.
That's what Lake River
We're
is.
one big dysfunctional,
Yes.
which is what I keep
Right.
saying about like we're.
Amen.
Hoping to bring a little more long-term function by intervening when these kids are young. And there's just one last slide that says, thank you guys for the time, for listening, and we appreciate the support. If you could show the last slide, there's some cute kids on it, so you probably don't want to miss that.
No puppies.
But thank you guys.
Thank you, that's time.
Big dollars.
Those are the bitty balls.
I'm gonna say this right. I had not heard of your group before. Thank you for bringing it forward. We have discretionary funds. I'm pledging $1,000 of my discretionary funds to your.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I mean, our kids.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
Thank you. That's what it's about.
thank you very much.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Appreciate it.
Hope you guys.
Thank you, everyone.
This is great. The Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network Program and Services presented by Becky Walker, brought forward by Commissioner Stokes. And I just have to say that Ms. Walker and I go back to when we were both young and pretty. In 1980, we've known each other since 1980. We worked in the same HRS DCS, so good to see you.
It's good to be here. Thank you. I was having trouble with the mayor part of. But yeah, I was thinking it's 40 years, 43 years.
43 years. I just did the math.
I think 80 helps.
Can you make sure you speak into the microphone just so
Probably blow it away. And I have also a slide presentation. So my name is Becky Walker, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network. And we were asked to kind of see if we could come up with a proposal. We're not really good at names, but Dream Team worked. So Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, we receive primarily our funding. We cover 5 counties, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, and Okeechobee. But we primarily receive our funding from the Department of Children and Families, so it's state and federal funds. And we contract with different behavioral health organizations within the counties to provide services. We contract over this year is $115 million. So but we cover a large area. And when we were approached about one of the things that we could do to maybe a pilot type program in Lake Worth Beach, we're really excited about that opportunity because, you know, we disperse our funds and we target different areas and we work on special grants. We have one in Okeechobee County that has been going on for 4 years that helps them. So we do things not just here's the money, you know, have fun with it, because there are a lot of issues that we need to address. So when we were offered this opportunity, we're excited because it could really gives us a chance to do some grassroots work in a community and work with the resources that are already there. So if you go to the next slide, it has kind of our history, which we've been in existence since 2011. And we use always evidence-based practices where we're trying to figure out what's the best way to provide this behavioral health services that we provide. So we have about 40-something contracts already in Palm Beach County within a number of organizations. So if you go to the next slide, it's about our mission, which is to develop a network of providers that will promote emotional well-being and drug-free living for children and adults. So we do work with all the way children through adults. We work substance use disorder, mental health programs, and we look for outcomes with all of the people that we provide things for. But in addition to that, it's kind of like cold, like we get money, we contract money, we monitor. That's not it. We are about trying to build up the communities and the networks so that we're going outside of just looking at where the problems are. James Green's here from Palm Beach County, and we work closely with them. Things like John Prince Park, one of our providers, we were asked to help. We said, Rebel Recovery, go out there and do what you do, which is to go out and engage people so that they want to and see the need to get treatment. We're working in the jails to get people out of the jails and into proper treatment so that they don't continue to recycle. There are people that have we call them high utilizers, but they recycle through like crisis stabilizations, Baker Act. So we want to work with those individuals to make sure that we stop them from doing that. And so what we propose here is to have a team that would direct the resources within the city of Lake Worth Beach in the areas that you need us to help engage and to work with the others that are already in existence in the community. We have contracts not only with Rebel Recovery, and they're kind of, relatively new organization, but the Lord's Place is one of our providers, and we work very closely with them. And we have also some other providers that may not be as familiar, like Henderson Behavioral Health, but we also have contracts with South County Mental Health Center because they have the closest crisis stabilization unit and other programs. But our goal is to get people before they end up in a Baker Act, when they're in their crisis. We fund 3 mobile response teams in Palm Beach County, which is more than any other county in the whole state of Florida. But it's still, it's their focus, and they'll come out 24/7. Their focus is to try to keep people out of the system. What are the supports that we can provide in the home to get people stable and able to function? And one of the things I think that has come up is people that don't have homes, that are unhoused. And that's a problem throughout Palm Beach County, but I know that was one of the needs that comes here. So then we look for programs for how can we connect people to housing, whether it's through all the Palm Beach County resources. We also do vouchers to get people into transitional housing so that we can get them stable and then get them into some more permanent situation. And so that would also be kind of a focus to, really how can we engage them in treatment? Because sometimes people are reluctant, and to have the opportunity to show them, and our providers have been successful in doing that. And that's why they're able to go into the jail and get people in the jail involved in treatment, go into the parks, go in wherever they're needed and do that. So the proposal is really to bring this team and have some, in addition to have some connectivity to the mobile response team, to have a clinician to be able to follow up the next day or as soon as possible to get them involved in treatment and make sure that, because, the crisis is over, what happens next, to make sure that then they follow up. So also to make sure that if they need some kind of residential treatment, that we can connect them to the resources that we have within our network already. And I think you have a question.
I'm over the poker. Do you have a specific idea? It sounds like a great,
Yeah,
but in terms of Lake Worth Beach,
I do.
Okay. we only have 10 minutes. So that's
Okay, so if you go to the next slide. So streamline the access to services, reduce homeless or at risk, and decrease overdoses. Keep going. Keep going the next one. Let's get to the.
So this is something that you would bring your people in. This is not something you rely on the city to be doing. Am I right?
We would have our providers with their specialized expertise. So there'd be, if you go to the next slide. And another one.
Keep going. There it is.
And so we would have one person do what we call care coordination to make sure people get to the right program. But so it would be a combination of using Lake Worth Beach funds to target these people, would be specific to this area to come in and provide the connection to the mobile response team, because you can't do a mobile response team for one city because it takes 24/7, 365. So there is availability to do that, but so they respond, or law enforcement asks for assistance, be able to come and help with that. So, and then have the ARNP is for nursing, but it also helps to connect if there's medications that need to be taken and help provide kind of a medical component to it, as well as someone from Rebel Recovery to really help people engage and follow through and take advantage of not only their services, but also if they need substance
Thank you, that's time.
That's,
treatment.
finish your sentence.
Okay, substance use treatment and also, or mental health treatment, get them into the proper level of care. And then also someone to help with the case management to help ensure they get housing, or if they're, should be eligible for benefits to get them hooked to those.
I just have one more question, which is, you said Lake Worth funds, and I just.
Lake Worth Beach, I know that they're, ARPA, is that
That's one of the things that we can be discussing. I did want to bring Becky here to introduce the concept to the commission so that, and then you guys can follow up, and to the public. And obviously we'll need follow-up conversations, but we did get $19 million in ARPA funding, and some of that can be used for programs like this. And there's actually Treasury guidance on how to use them
But-
for programs like this.
to add to that.
We can't, we have to really.
Right.
And normally we don't have questions, but I asked a couple of questions, so just one question each. Mr. McVoy.
I think we might be a little bit looser about it.
No, we need to
This
keep
is a
going.
Pretty,
We need to keep going. You can always call her and talk to them.
I think it's something that this is.
Mr. Please ask your question.
A question for you. One of the thoughts of what I'm hearing is that, as you're well aware, we have certainly a range of needs, whether it's houseless, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's mental health, a range of needs, and there's concern in the community of that. It sounds like you have a network of providers, and I know I'm familiar with some of them, Rebel Recovery, I've interacted with some of the others. It sounds like what you're proposing is kind of the connector that more actively brings the people who need it to the providers who can provide it. Is that a fairly accurate assessment?
That is an accurate assessment.
That seems like a quite important.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Lega was next, and then Commissioner.
So we have a hub center coming, and we have Rebel Recovery, and we have Restoration Bridge, and we have Lord's Place, and we have. So I just, I'm at a loss on the conduit, because that's what the hub is supposed to be doing, is they're supposed to be the one-stop shop that's coming on Lucerne. So I would like to know more, not right now, but what differentiates you from what the hub's doing? Because the hub's been, I mean, that's all we've been hearing is the excitement about the hub and how they're gonna be that one-stop shop for everybody. So I would like to know what the difference would be before I just start talking about ARPA funds to get involved with that. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. I didn't really have a question for Becky other than thank you for that presentation. When I looked into it, it was really impressive. The goal, you know, in any environmental, well, any nonprofit, including environmental, no matter what it is, nonprofits, the biggest obstacle is always to get all the groups that already exist to work together as a team. So I was kind of blown away at your initiative to do that. But my only question is, how is this going to come back? Is this going to come back? as a
I
budget?
think we need to direct. Miss, go ahead. Ms. Stokes.
I think that this will need multiple conversations. So as we're discussing ARPA, we can decide whatever we allocate ARPA to is an automatic. We still have to approve.
Right.
It's still, if we allocated money last year for ARPA for the enterprise resourcing planning, but it wasn't an approval. Like we had to go out, find one, bring it back and approve it. So I think it would just be part of a discussion of willingness to proceed and finding out more. Is this something that we want to consider as a commission
I
and
think
look
we need-
into more? It's not a like, okay, yep.
And numbers, we would need numbers.
Right. So it's just an introduction on the conceund so that you guys have it.
So good to see you, Ms. Walker, after all these years.
Good to see you too.
Thank you for making this happen. So good for you tonight.
Yeah.
Do you have a card?
I do in my bag.
Okay. Why don't you Give it to the city manager.
Okay, she knows how to
She
get a
knows
hold
how to
of
do
it.
better.
Yes, she
I'm
does.
behind the eight ball. Thank you so much, and thank you for your continued work. You have worked with the children of Florida since I can remember, and that's a very long time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care. There are some seats in the front, folks, if you want to sit down.
Slide in, get cozy, scoot over, there's only two in the bench.
We've got some cards coming up, so we'll get the, if you got blue cards, come on, bring them up before we get started. Susan. Oh, no. Thank you. Welcome back, Susan. I love how we see you go. It's like, no agenda. Oh, you know, I had a. You getting your workout tonight? Okay. All right. Next, we have a presentation, no, a proclamation. And this is a great one. And a bunch of us went to see Barbie last night, so it's kind of reflective of our visit to Barbie. I almost wore my outfit from last night, but then I didn't get a chance to go home and change. It was pink. Whereas in 1848, 5 trailblazing women organized the Seneca Falls Convention and created the Declaration of Sentiments, a platform that called on women to fight for their constitutionally guaranteed right to equality as a U.S. citizen. And whereas at the 1851 Women's Rights Convention, Sojourner Truth delivered one of the most famous women's rights speeches, "Ain't I a Woman?" calling for Black women to be included in women's suffrages. And in 1865, Truth worked at the Freedmen's Village in Arlington Heights. And whereas in 1920, Gertrude Crocker, a noted suffragist and treasurer for the National Women's Party, and one of the 12 women who participated in the first ever picket protest outside the White House, moved to Arlington and became active in the civic affairs. And whereas the fight for women's suffrage lasted more than 72 years, with women from all walks of life demanding the right to voice their opinions at the polls. Yet the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920 ensured that the primary white women could vote. It would be another 45 years before women of color had the legal protections to vote for the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Whereas in 2020, the centennial of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, women of all backgrounds were not only voting, but they were also running for and winning elected office in unprecedented numbers, including the highest office in the country. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2023 as Women's Equality Day in the City of Lake Worth and Beach, and encourage residents to follow in the footsteps of these great suffragettes, from female leaders and civil rights leaders, and to continue to be sentinels for democracy and justice. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 15th day of August, 2023. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Okay.
Nobody wants to.
This is the funniest thing. We have the church of following the stars,
I
and
know.
Harmon has to go and walk to me.
She can.
All right. A little exercise.
Everybody does.
Okay, now we have commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with District 4 today.
Oh, gosh. What can I say, except we're in the heat of budget discussion. So, everyone who's out here today for the pool, like, keep following along. I think there's a lot of awesome stuff to participate because it really is helpful. And I'm looking forward to tonight's discussion. So I'm gonna pass on the rest of my time in lieu of stuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Stokes?
I was able to go to the Eden Place meeting last week and there were a lot of new members. It was a really great meeting. It was a good turnout. Excited to be there. I think since the last time we were at the Lake Worth Middle School breakfast. I don't remember if we talked about that, but that was awesome.
It was
to
great.
see, to see the excitement of the teachers returning. I did have my first education task force meeting with the new board, and it was really nice to see every single person who was appointed showed up, even via Zoom, because a lot of them were traveling. So that was a nice kickoff, and school board member Erica Whitfield was able to make it too. I will be having my monthly meetup this Thursday again at the library from 5 to 5:45, because I'll have to end early enough to get here for another budget meeting. And I think that's about it for right now. I do want to just mention, I did ask, when I saw that a lot of places were using ARPA funding to fill in some of the social service needs that have arisen due to COVID and inflation and everything else. I did reach out to the Southeast Behavioral Network to see if they could come up with a proposal for us. So this was just meant to get it out in public for the first time. And I do hope that you all will follow up with Becky and find out more about it. And if there are things that you would like to see improved, certainly suggest them. It was just an initial kind of, showing what the concept is. So I do hope for future conversations around that.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Mayor McGuire.
Thank you. Yes, it was mentioned that a batch of us went to, almost everybody I imagine who was available went to the Lake Worth Middle School to help with a welcome breakfast for teachers. I think I probably will keep my day job, although I did enjoy cooking pancakes outside for folks and got to deploy my recent project solar powered fridge. I did stay on a little bit to watch the presentation from the principal and the assistant principals to the new teachers. I have to say it was quite distressing to see in the slide presentations the direct effects of some of the legislation that came out of some of the really authoritarian and I would say fascist legislation that came out of Tallahassee this spring is now showing up in what teachers can and can't do in the schools right here in Lake Worth, and certainly not inconsistent with our own values here. In the afternoon of that same day, I forget what it was, Thursday, Friday, seemed to be education day. So I was asked to join a group of elementary school teachers at Highland Elementary. The principal had the very good idea, I thought, of doing a little tour and having the teachers, many of whom don't live in Lake Worth, go around the community, see some things, meet a couple different people, see some of the different service organizations that they can refer students to. And that was very helpful. I follow climate change, as do several of us on the commission. A couple things in that area that are relevant to us. Obviously, the disastrous fire in Hawaii is just one of the many things that we're seeing. I think the things that help us, motivate us, that we really need to act as leaders in any way that we can at all scales, small, city, state, federal. In Australia, a number of the insurance companies are pulling out of areas. They're just like it's happening here, that they're saying it is not, they're calling it uninsurable homes. They simply can't do it. And there was discussion in that item that I was following, that governments are saying, it doesn't make sense for the government to come in and try to replace that because it's sending the wrong signal. These are uninsurable, and the government doesn't have the resources to do that indefinitely. A very alarming article of direct observation of a writer who went along with scientists and they happened to get there when some of the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica was calving big chunks into the water. That has very potentially big effects on sea level rise that concerns us. In relation to the presentation that we had, I read something recently that really struck me. In the US, different from climate change, in the US, drug overdose deaths in 2022 were 110,000. In Portugal, which has taken a very different approach to this, obviously somewhat smaller country, but not minuscule. In 2021, the latest data, they had 74, not 74,000, 74 drug overdose. So looking at different ways to do things at a national and local level, I think is very important. On a positive note, I read a interesting quote, "The rapid pace of the American economy's movement toward clean energy surprises even experts." That's certainly what I've seen of the Inflation Reduction Act. The ripple effects of that, of bringing business back into the country, moving the energy economy forward right here on our own territory, is quite remarkable. Car manufacturers were pointing out that they are advertising now. When you buy an electric vehicle, you are not only buying mobility in the traditional sense, but you're also buying a power source. The importance of why I've mentioned bidirectional charging, that's where that's going, and the car manufacturers are pushing it. And finally, on another positive note, a judge in Montana ruled that yes, youth in this country do have a right under Montana law to have the government of Montana pay attention in their decision-making to climate change. And it's predicted that that will be the beginning of some other lawsuits similar. It's a very reasonable concept that kids should have a right to a healthy and not overcooked environment.
Thank you. Commissioner Malega.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll keep it brief. I was up in Orlando for Florida League of Cities Legislative Annual Conference, where we had a powerhouse couple speaker. And they had a interesting conversation on disagreeing respectfully. And politics of the golden rule, treat others as you want to be treated. Character is the single most important factor in being a politician. So that was my big takeaway. The mayor and I were up there and we were getting an update on the legislation that's been passed, what's coming down the pipeline, what's affecting our city immediately, and how we can combat and fight it. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your kind donation to the a couple months ago, I gave some of my discretionary funds to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Police Athletic League for their basketball team, the Pals kids who were champions. And I came to my office today to this great picture of all the kids. They went and got new kicks. So they got new shoes, and I just wanted to say, this is what our discretionary money is for. We have it, we need to spend it. It shouldn't just sit there and go away. It's not a lot of money, but it's $10,000 a year that we get as commissioners to say, how can we make an impact? And to see this is what it's about. And I just want to say thank you for that donation. It does go a long way. And if you want to share that, you can send it down. They all got to pick out their own shoes. They took them shopping, and then they all wrote a little hand thank you note. So it also teaches kids to be appreciative.
Oh, that's so cute. With their boxes of shoes. That's it? Okay, great, thanks. I'm up. A couple of things. I was also at the middle school. Most of us were at the middle school breakfast, and I also stayed for the principal and the vice principal presentations. And the one thing that I came away with was, in light of whatever's happening, we had a giant room full of extremely energized, enthusiastic, positive people that want to work with our children. And these are our children, in Lake Worth Middle School. These are community schools. And so I was impressed with that. I know they're under terrible situations right now, but if you want, there's something about being a teacher that is in you. And it was just wonderful to see. I would also thank the people that came out for the boards and are on the boards, and their willingness to serve and their willingness to be interviewed and perhaps rejected, which is also part of what this process is. There was a disturbing newspaper report, but there's the phrase, if you see something, say something. Well, that was right in our town this week, with a person that worked at a motel that saw what was going on with a guy and a couple girls in a hotel room, and dimed it in. And it turns out they were terrible people. They were human traffickers. Two things. And number one, it's great that this person turned it in, and somehow I want to get in touch with that person. And
I already did. He's in Poland.
I know he's in Poland. So we can't really, when he gets back from Poland, if he's willing to be recognized, that's another thing. Also, how it happens. I mean, human trafficking is like this thing but really it's happening. And girls are so vulnerable. Mostly girls are just so vulnerable to. So I was, thank you for him, and hopefully when he gets back from home, we'll do that. Okay, Brian Parks, somehow the fencing about the, the idea that from a citizen that I think is a good idea about that fencing. Somehow it's also gotten out that they're included in that is a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk. Nothing in this proposal has a sidewalk. Nothing in this proposal adds any concrete to the park. It's just to create a small, and it's open for debate. We're going to be talking about it. And there are different opinions. God bless us all. But I just wanted to dispel that particular part of it, that there's no extra concrete being proposed. As a matter of fact, when I spoke with, because I've been going down there quite a bit, I spoke with Leisure Services Director, and we got to get I would like to get a shade over those playground equipment. It's hot and there's no shade. So that's going to be, I'm going to try to get that taken care of. I also went to, we spent a few days up in Orlando, and it was very interesting. There were really good, actually, this year there were some very good workshops. And one of them was how to run a city that everybody wants to live in and nobody wants to leave. And we were like, all right, we're the one there. That's what we want, right? Well, it was a little discouraging. I think it was Sarasota came up and said, we have this great new park. Part of it's a walking path, part of it's a wetland, part of it's this. And the 150 acres that we donated and the private funding that we got from the foundation made it all possible. We don't have, and that's my point. That's my point. One of the problems that we have here is we are landlocked, we're built out. And so we have to be really creative about how, everything's going up for everybody. So it was just sort of like, we have all these great ideas, but we don't have the money and we don't have the land. So bear with us. We're doing the best we can. One other thing I want to take away from that thing was, again, I went to that same, dealing with people respectfully, and then how do you deal with a crisis? I went to the crisis, when the crisis happens, how do you deal with it? And one of the phrases I came along with was, it may not be our fault, but it's our problem. Okay. And I have one more thing I want to read. Tonight, we're going to be discussing the pool. And this is a very important and emotional issue for all of us. There are people who are passionately in favor of placing the pool, and there are some that disagree, or whether it should be at the beach or whether it should be west of town. Tonight, we're discussing the plan which has been proposed. We all met and gave guidance to our city manager and to Mr. Zimmerman about the kind of things that we want to see our pool be able to do. Let's see if we can come to a meeting of the minds. There are as many ideas for what to do with the design as there are people who have been given it thought. But we can't let that hold us back. And it's been sitting and sitting. One of the most challenging issues with the pool, of course, is funding. There are those that think that somehow we are living in la-la land to think that we can afford it. And I certainly understand that. Any progress forward, of course, would necessitate a thorough, people said, well, you've got to check this. Of course. Any proposal that would come with the pool would include operational expenses, maintenance. I mean, it's not, let's just, throw a party and get a pool. So any progress would necessitate a thorough inquiry into the initial costs as well as the cost of maintenance and operation. Tonight is a step forward. It's one more step. The previous commission, in 2016, the pool was empty, and now it's 2023, and we're really just getting to the point that we can realistically, we've gone through a lot of stuff in the past 2 years, but we're able to get to this now. This commission has inherited a difficult task of weighing the pros and cons, and in fact, the viability, whether it's a viable project or not. I have been a proponent of replacing the pool at the beach. I make no secret of that. My vision of the pool is that it could become a central place for residents to gather and enjoy the spectacular and unique place we have been given. Programs for all, children, adults, parties on Friday nights, things like that. That's one of the things that we would be talking about. What are the programs that we're looking for? To take advantage of the most amazing sunsets in Palm Beach County, and in fact, the most amazing sunrises in Palm Beach County. That second floor of the casino, that pool, that if you got, when I worked for the city in the 90s, we would have sometimes employee picnics at night at the pool. And if you're in the water, as the sun is going down, the water turns golden. And some of you who have been in the pool understand that. It's a very magical place. So I'm looking for, what we're going to be, when we have already told the city manager the kinds of programs. So as much as I am a proponent of replacing the pool at the beach, as much as my vision would like to have that happen, my role as mayor is to weigh and consider what is best for the city. If it is not, after careful consideration, feasible to have the pool, then we must deal with the fact that we have a giant concrete hole in our beach. And we need to come up with some alternative plan to use that space. Perhaps the best use, whether we would make it a green space with a concert venue, whatever, but we need to first look at, can we do this pool? And I get it. It's hard. I understand, in a way why it's been sitting for so long, because it's controversial. And there's people who are passionately for it and passionately against it. And some people think that, why are you even thinking about that? We need to, pave the roads. I have a different perspective. I think that it's an amenity that many, many of our citizens would enjoy. I've spoken with we're getting a lot of young families moving into the city. And when I talk to them, I say, if we had a pool up there, would you ladies, like to get together with your kids and have one? Yes, absolutely. One of the things that I always complained about this for the past 30 years is we had a pool. And if you didn't know the pool was there, you didn't know the pool was there. It was the best kept secret in Lake Worth. They didn't have programs at night. They didn't have, it was like this closed little society. And if you did water aerobics, you knew about it. If you had a nursery school, you knew about it. But other than that, a lot of people didn't even know it was there. So, so if we're gonna do it, let's make it usable for all our citizens. But the important part tonight, and this is kind of my point, is that we move forward and not let this sit the way it's been sitting since 2016. I get it. It's hard. There will be those who, whatever is decided, will not like it, will be disappointed or disdainful. That is the price of public service. When I was elected, when we were elected, we all knew that sometimes our decisions would be viewed as positive and smart, and sometimes that would not happen. But I, for one, will do my best to come up with the best solution for our city. Thank you. Moving on. Now we have the city manager's report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I do not have a report today, so for the sake of moving forward with the meeting, I will hold that for next time.
Let's see if I
Change my mind.
Yeah, there we go. That's something he wants to talk about. Here's my notes. City Attorney, do you have a report tonight?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not.
All righty then, coming up to the next part of our agenda. A lot of cards. Public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. And I pretty much, what's this? All right, let's start with the last, Mr. Rosenshine, Don Rosenshine, you're up. And after that, Elizabeth Flynn. You've got 3 minutes. Hi, welcome back.
I've been sick, but I'm getting better.
I've heard and I'm glad to see you here, frankly.
Thank you. Thanks for continuing to support the pool. Can you hear me? I don't want to lose these minutes. I only have 2 minutes.
Okay, just say your name and address.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Don Rosenshine, 131 North Gulfview Road, apartment 3, Lake Worth Beach. Thanks for continuing to support the pool. 46 million of windfall federal and state monies have been made available to Lake Worth Beach beginning in 2017. Money we never had before. You responsibly have appropriated 40 million for essential programs, roads, sidewalks, parking, cybersecurity. That only leaves 6 million, as I understand it, for the pool. The last time I met with the finance director. Here's how to find the extra money, because we need this pool very badly. For instance, the lifeguard office is 1,600 square feet.
Agenda, not agenda items.
Yeah, you're on the pool. Yeah, you're talking about the pool.
Yes, I said I was talking about. the pool.
That is my big mistake.
We're gonna do that.
Okay, you're,
Oh, yeah, may I come back?
you may come back.
Yeah, it's
Getting extra time.
I was
Thank you. For pointing
confused.
that out. I was so organized there for just a second.
We are just giving you a test run. That is a test run for you.
You're doing great. We'll see you in a few. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. non-agenda items. First up is Barbara Resch. And then Susan Goyo after that. And
So in other words, if you're coming up here, you're not talking about anything that's on the agenda right now.
Which I'm not.
okay,
Hi, Barbara Resch, 422 South J Street, Lake Worth, Florida. Sorry, still don't love beach. I'm here about 528, 530 South J Street.
This way.
I know, but I'm speaking to I know the city attorney's behind me. This is all about that property. 528, 530 South J Street is a slumlord property that has been around for a long time. It has been since I thought April 16th, it was going to be on the foreclosure agenda, but it was not. I have called the building department so many times and left so many messages, and I've still not gotten one return phone call. The only permit that's currently held by that property is for siding. The whole property has now been redone. It's still not hooked to electric. We still haven't gotten anybody from Torsivia's legal group to bring it for foreclosure. It has been a bane of my existence for 35 years on South J. So if we can please ask Mr. Torsivia and his people, just saying, what the hell is happening at 528, 530 and the building department? I have left so many messages for the head of the building department to say, please call me back. Never happened. Not once, not ever. The other thing I'm up at non-agenda items about, Mr. McVoy. This is the first time I have been he doesn't even listen. This is the first time I have been in the room for a long time listening to comments from commissioners. And to hear your comments about things happening in places in the world and all the other stuff we have going on, that you think that that's appropriate for commissioner comments when it's commissioner liaison reports. I'm sorry, sir. It's insulting as a citizen of Lake Worth to hear your comments. It's extremely insulting. So that I didn't plan on, I'm just here about Mr. Torsivia's people and 528, 430 until the pool, but so if you could please stay on topic with stuff, and if the building department could please get back to me tomorrow about 528, 530 South J Street, I would really appreciate it. So thank you.
I could give you an update.
Well, I've asked you, but you always get pissy with me, so I don't because you're my sister.
Did the meeting in Orlando help you out with this? Sister,
Susan Goyo, and after that, Susan Oman. That's the first time she's flying.
Hi, it's Susan Guio, 131 North Gulfview, number 3. I mentioned to a friend that there was an idea to put a chain link fence up to keep children safe at the playground at Bryant Park. And she said, well, that'll keep the bunnies and the puppies in, but the alligators and the homeless aren't going to have any trouble getting over that. And you can Google it if you don't believe me about alligators. So what makes more sense than putting a fence up, which is what we understand is being thought about? I understand that turning the power off at the pavilion unless it's being rented is working, and I think that should be continued. Moving benches to where the children play, and then planting some shade trees so that the parents aren't in the blazing hot sun and the kids, or putting some sails up or something like that. Developing a cooperative system for the PBSO to remove people when they refuse to leave, when the pavilion when asked by the legitimate groups who have arranged for the city to use the space. I think that seems to be happening a little bit too. More patrols by PBSO through the park, and maybe developing volunteer park rangers to patrol regularly. But I think what we found is when people start doing their jobs, turning off the power, responding when people are inappropriately being there, things get better. And we don't need to spend thousands of dollars fencing in part of the park, particularly not an ugly chain link fence. This is a bad idea that can be fixed with some better ideas and better ways.
Normally we don't respond, but I just have to correct you. Never, ever, ever has the term chain link fence been included in this conversation.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
good to know.
Oh, never.
That's
Okay.
good. But it's a pretty big fence, isn't it?
We'll talk. Okay. Susan Ona, and after Susan, Sasha Orenstein.
Good evening. I'm a walking representative of what it's like if you get too much sun. See, I am and a spokesperson for shade trees in Bryant Park. Okay, I just had as I left my name and address. Okay, my name is Susan Ona and I live at 826 North Palmway. And as Susan Yo was just speaking, I was talking on the same subject of the possible fences in the park. And I'm just saying, I gave you a little drawing of rather than putting up 6-foot fences and more cement in Bryant Park, but now you say there is no cement. Okay, there must have been some. We should be thinking about putting up sails above the children's area to provide for badly needed shade for the kids and parents who watch over them instead of forcing them to sit back instead of forcing them to sit back in the few trees that provide shade. These tall shades, the sail shades that are shown in the drawing not only make the area 10 degrees cooler, but will protect the playground and equipment from getting sunburned because it is quite sunburned. I was down there this morning, that picture. Bring more benches in the play area for the parents to sit and watch their kids until under the shade of the sails, and let the sheriffs do a better job of monitoring the area, and it will work to everyone's benefit. Sail shades will enhance the natural beauty of the park and will protect all the visitors to the playground and not inhibit the breeze and delightful intercoastal view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did it earlier. I think it's a great idea. Sasha Ornstein? Sasha? And after that, Wade Hitchcock?
Thank you, Mayor. Sasha Orenstein, 119 South Gulfview Road. Thank you. I'm speaking today in regards to the citizen submitted plan to fence off part of the southern part of Bryant Park, the one that our mayor has recently said she's in favor of. I'm a Bryant Park resident, and I'm in opposition for this plan, and I think I speak for a good number of my neighbors and fellow Bryant Park residents in opposition. The plan purports to protect children by excluding adults from that section of the park and the pavilion. Now, can you still hear me, or do I need to hold this? Great. Thanks. So I took the liberty of looking through PBSO data and LexisNexis and public records to see around Bryant Park, around the one block around Bryant Park, what were the actual incidences of crimes involving children or sex crimes, or basically what is being purported to protect against. And I found nothing. I found zilch. I found zero. What seems to me is that it's almost that the citizen who submitted this plan is basically coming up with the idea of protecting children. To me, it feels like a straw man. The idea seems to me that rather than protecting children, the reasonable conclusion of this proposal is to get homeless people out of the pavilion. That seems to be the goal. And what I find is that it's not reasonable to shut out the most vulnerable residents of our city from some of the few shelters that they have. Let's face it, these are people who don't exactly have a lot of options. Sometimes homeless residents use the pavilion to escape the blazing heat, and I'd like to remind the commission that today the temperature was well over 95 with a real feel of 118 degrees. Denying homeless people shelter during a heat wave isn't simply cruel, but it strikes me as senseless and short-sighted. We aren't going to solve the homeless crisis by removing places from which they can seek shelter, from removing places and using and fencing off part of the park. I do believe we have to approach this with humanity, and I sincerely hope that the commission doesn't vote to spend money on an enclosing eyesore in the park. Thank you for your time.
Wade Hitchcock? Wade, are you here? Okay. Ginny Powell is up next. And Tracy after that. And Alexander after that. Good evening, Ms. Powell.
Good evening, Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. Good evening, Mayor and all commissioners. This is also about the issue with safety concerns for the kids in Bryant Park. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. One of my neighbors, I talked about this with one of my neighbors, and they talked about beat cops or beat officers, whatever. And I used to see those all the time. I don't know if that's something that there just isn't money and time for, but that's something I'd really like to see come back if possible. Also, bicycle patrols, if we're trying to keep increase our law enforcement presence to help make things safer. Those are a couple of things that we could look into. Also, Commissioner Maliga just left, but she had mentioned in the July 18th meeting about other neighborhood types of patrols. And there are a couple of programs that we already have. One is Citizens Observer Patrols, which I believe we already have. And they even have cars. I don't know if that's something that could be just increase the police presence. Also, neighborhood watch programs. I mean, that's an existing program. I don't know if we have any in Lake Worth, but I think the sheriff's office does have a template for that if we wanted to have something in that area. Just, more eyes, but, not looking at, bringing down the hammer, but just that there's eyes there. And, if there are any safety issues, this is all prior to building any sort of a fence or barrier. The Leisure Services Department did confirm to me that they have had to return some money to people who have leased the pavilion, paid money. So I don't know what's happening. I mean, I don't think that's right either, but maybe there's some things we can look into as far as how that process works. If people have paid money, well, apparently I did call the sheriff's office too, and they said that Leisure Services sends a list to the sheriff's office every week with the names of the people that have rented that pavilion. So maybe there's some things we can look at that if that process is breaking down somewhere, we can look at that. And I just wanted to mention too, the presentation tonight about these nonviolent crisis intervention programs. Maybe that's something that could be part of that, help resolve those problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Rosoff Peterson.
Thank you. Hi. Tracy Rosoff Peterson, 331 South Lakeside Drive. You'll have to excuse me for reading. I have to stay. I'd like to thank the mayor, commissioners, and neighbors for putting a spotlight on Bryant Park. Bryant Park is an irreplaceable benefit for the residents of our city. It is a historically significant premier park in the county. I'd also like to thank the city and sheriff's office for addressing the issues that were brought up last month about safety concerns in Bryant Park South and Pavilion. By turning off the electrical power to the pavilion a few days ago and driving by on a more regular basis during the day and at night and by cars and four-wheelers, everything quieted down very quickly and at no extra cost to the city. I hope this can continue at Bryant Park and every park in our city. Many of us have utilized Bryant Park's recreational features for 30 years or more. We are committed to our part in helping to preserve, protect, and enhance this unique asset for everyone to equally enjoy. This passive and protective green space has defined our city since 1913 when the original deed was created. It is a multicultural, multi-generational, community shared and celebrated space. We have all witnessed many changes in Bryant Park over the years, some good, some bad, some by nature, and some by lack of planning and forethought. Envision for a moment what it was like to walk along a natural Bryant Park waterfront in 1913 or even 1950 when the lush tropical tree canopy was still intact. When planning changes for Bryant Park, please consider what is best for all its users now and more critically in the future. Please be forward thinkers like you have on a lot of these issues that I'm hearing about regularly now. Thank you. I'd like to read a quote from the National Recreation and Park Association website. The mission of public parks and recreation at all levels should support the conservation and stewardship of the land, water, and natural resources. It goes on to explain and support why parks and recreation is so essential for communities. And that is the handout I provided you with the website that I looked at. And to summarize that 4-page of handout, parks and recreation. Promote health and wellness, support critical childhood development, drive economic opportunity, unite and strengthen communities, and is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And I appreciate that you did look at a worldview because I do too. So that works for me. Thank you. Bryant Park needs more shade canopy. Bryant Park needs native and shade trees planted now. It needs more handicapped accessibility. Bryant Park needs less blacktop and more greenscaping. Play and exercise equipment should be natural
Thank you, that's time.
natural landscape. And most importantly, Bryant Park users at all of our parks need to feel safe and secure. Erecting more fences is not the answer.
Okay, ma'am.
Today's safety is policing, police monitor, digital
I'm
motion.
sorry, ma'am, that's time.
systems.
I hate to, I'm sorry.
That was it.
You're, okay, good.
No more fencing. Thank you.
Okay. That's what we'll agree to disagree. Alexander Katekis and then Peggy Fisher.
Good evening, Alexander Katetchis, 1424 North L. I want to state first, thank y'all for doing what you do. I know it's not an easy job. I respect all of y'all. I'm happy to have all of you representing Lake Worth. I am here also on the Bryant Park issue. I was alerted about what's going on. I've lived in the city for 9 years. I've been using that park for 9 years, the last 7 with my son, Lucas. I've never had any safety concerns whatsoever. I've had hosted parties there. I've attended parties there. Like the previous speaker said, multicultural, multi-age. I couldn't imagine a fence around one of the most beautiful parts of Lake Worth. When you're there, watching the water and the kids running around and the people playing dominoes and fishing and have a fence blocking that would be abhorrent to me. And I've never attended a meeting before, but this was enough to get me here. And not just a fence, but to discriminate against people who don't have children and that they can't use the one park that I know of that has grills where people can go and cook. Is there another park in Lake Worth that has grills for people? Okay, is it on the water like that?
Yeah, the beach.
Oh, the Phipps Park, the beach?
No, it's not Phipps Park, it's the Lake Worth Beach.
Where the grill, oh, over there? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, over there.
Okay. Well, we need more of them. And I do not need to limit it to the beach where I guess everybody else, people from Wellington, Palm Beach, everyone goes to the beach. Bryant Park is ours. It's ours. And when I have people from out of town visit us here, they're like, wow, what a special place. The safe space, well, there's 2 comments I heard the last meetings I watched. One was the pavilion argument. South Olive Park has an ordinance, they have signs. If you're there and it's reserved, you are now trespassing, you can be moved. Simple. That's done, no fence. The safe space for children, as was brought up earlier, we've all seen the horrendous legislature that's been passed in our state under the guise of protecting children. All these horrible things to protect children. And now you're going to put a fence around something. I've spoken to the person, at least one person who's advocated for that fence, and he's told me it's to get rid of the homeless people. This is a city of inclusion. And to say we don't want these people here because they look different from us, they dress different from us, they don't act like us is wrong. Like I said, I've never had any safety concerns. I've never heard anyone who has any safety concerns. I love this city because we are a city of inclusion, not us and them. And putting a fence says us and y'all and them. And that's not who Lake Worth is, Mayor. We're better than that. So thank you all for your time and for doing what you do.
Thank you. And last but not, and I think there's some misunderstanding about the fence itself, but we'll talk this year. Peggy Fisher, A Street.
Peggy Fisher, A Street in Lake Worth Beach.
What number?
I refuse to give it. I've talked to the attorney for my safety, personal safety,
Understood.
and she said it is perfectly acceptable.
Fine.
For months now, the public has witnessed an elected official disrespect Mayor Rush during commission meetings. This person's public and private attacks on city staff has had a demoralizing effect throughout several departments. I have been vocal about this disrespectful behavior during public comment, at commission and other meetings. All of this is a public record and anyone may witness these meetings on our city YouTube channel. On the afternoon of August 4th, an elected official came on my property unannounced and uninvited. The individual became, at one point, started to make negative comments about my personal life and tried to discourage me from attending city meetings. Now, I live alone and I am 69, almost 70 years old. I did my best to maintain decorum until the person told me I have a dark soul. Well, my dark soul was so bad that I got this award a couple years ago from PBSO for locating a missing elderly man. I had to tell the individual twice before they would leave my property. Since that time, I've learned that others in the city who have been visited and or approached by this elected official in the same manner. In this day and age, and in our small town, we cannot tolerate anyone behaving in this manner, let alone an elected official. I am sharing this story in part to encourage anyone who has been intimidated or bullied by anyone, especially someone in power, so that they will speak up. I will continue to be at city meetings whenever I want. I am a property owner and a constituent in the city. I will not be bullied or intimidated by Vice Mayor McBoy ever again.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. If you thought of a card, you can speak. Okay, now we have, from
Sorry,
the-
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have several comments.
you know,
The first one that I have is from Kristen Reed at 1325 North N Street. I am writing to show support for installing a fence around the Bryant Park Playground and Pavilion with signage stating that play areas are for children only. Many parents have voiced concern over the safety of the city's parks, saying they feel unsafe because of 1, adults without children in play areas, 2, drug paraphernalia, alcohol containers and trash on the ground and on play equipment, 3, lack of presence and support from PBSO. These same parents feel if play areas were for children only and fences installed around them, they would start going to our parks more often. Additionally, some parents have cited human trafficking as a concern, with stories of people being watched, followed, or approached. So increased presence from PBSO would help as well. We believe this layer of increased security will help create a safer space for kids to play and enjoy the beautiful view, while also keeping pavilions clean and clear for those who reserve them. While a fence may not solve the playground issues at large, I see it as an excellent starting point to a bigger solution. We hope by having a fence and sign clearly designating usage for children, PBSO and the city could reduce people using play areas for unintended, problematic, or illegal purposes, while encouraging parents and children to use the space more frequently. The next comment that I have is from Jonas Reed at 1325 North M Street. Hello, Madam Mayor, Commissioner, and City Manager. There seems to be an issue with the online commenting system. I have had to submit my comments multiple times and follow up with staff to assure they went through. These issues are a recent occurrence with the update to the system. I previously had no issues submitting comments. This service is something special Lake Worth Beach does, and I appreciate its convenience. However, when it does not work, it creates aggravation. Can you please look into why some comments submitted never seem to be received? The next one that I have is from Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street. I am writing about the recent commission discussion about public safety at South Bryant Park. I think that several issues are being conflated. The mayor says that the park needs to be safer and that adults without children should not be allowed in the playground. Commissioner Maliga talks about pedophiles and men harassing women joggers and people being turned away from using the pavilion that they've obtained a permit for. According to PBSO, Sergeant Wilson, the city sends PBSO a weekly list with the names of the people who received permits to use the pavilion. She said that if a permittee arrives at the pavilion and finds it occupied by other people, then PBSO comes and removes them. So if this system is not working, then city staff need to address it with PBSO, considering that we pay a significant amount of the city's budget to them. I am opposed to the suggestion of installing a 6-foot aluminum fence around the whole playground, pavilion, and south end, along with 5-foot cement sidewalks around the southern perimeter. It will destroy the design and accessibility of the park. I support other strategies to keep the park safe and accessible. The playground is geared towards younger children who should have a parent or caregiver present. The best way to keep children safe is by being more proactive and vigilant. If we need to consider a fence, then let's consider a 4-foot natural wood fence along the perimeter of the playground with benches for caregivers/parents to sit on. We should also have PBSO patrol the park and install cameras for surveillance and a voice-activated box so people can alert the police if they feel in danger and can be assisted. Fences are not the only solution for public safety and do not keep out all perceived dangers. The next one that I have is from Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. I have heard the discussion on fencing in the playground at Bryant Park and understand how some parents may feel this will improve the safety. I feel this is the wrong approach, and I am totally opposed to adding any fencing to the park. It sets a bad precedent for a public park. The park is a long, narrow green area that should not be divided up with fencing for the playground or for a dog park. When parents take their children to a public venue, such as a shopping mall or a sporting event, there is always a chance of feeling unsafe. Something can be done to improve the feeling of safety at the playground without fencing it in. The benches around the playground can be placed closer to the playground. The park hours can be enforced and the gates locked. The lights at the pavilion can be turned off except for scheduled events. We are a community that works with solving issues, not fencing them off or in. We solve problems by coming together, not dividing the residents into pro or con. I feel fencing in the playgrounds is short-sighted and an overly aggressive plan. The next one that I have is from Nancy Udell, 131 North Palmway. I strongly oppose fencing off the south end of Bryant Park and oppose the addition of any more hardscape. I support more community policing and more trees. The next one that I have is from Nick Pauley, 429 North D Street. I heard about the mayor's plan to build a fence around the south end of Bryant Park, off limits to anyone who doesn't have a child. As a resident of Florida, I'm not shocked to hear about a scheme like this to take away public space, but I am surprised to hear it coming from our current city council. It's sad to hear the mayor using the current mass hysteria of the day, often welded by the likes of QAnon, to justify closing off public space, save the children, build a wall. The saddest part about this proposal is that it uses care for the safety of children, which no one can possibly be against, to further criminalize the people who the ordinance is really trying to target and slander them as potential pedophiles and kidnappers, despite there being no such crime committed there in any recent years, according to Captain Bear. Luckily, I think the other commissioners are rational enough to have enough heart not to go along with it. The next one that I have is for Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I find it ironic that today we have declared August 22nd, 2023 as Women's Equality Day, as we hear of an uninvited appearance at a female member of our community to tell her to stop coming to commission meetings because she disagreed with them. Commissioner Diaz a few months ago mentioned his concern about doxing. I, like many others, have not liked the way that Mayor Resch has been treated over the past couple years on the dais. Total disregard to the office and the person. I don't think tonight will be the last we'll hear of this behavior of this type. Thank you. The next one that I have is Dan Volker, 421 South Lakeside Drive, apartment 1. My wife and I live at the 421 condo right on Bryant Park. No one sees more of the goings on in the park than the people in our condo. The problem is homeless as a park user group with a subdivision of good homeless and bad homeless. The bad injecting drugs and leaving hypodermic syringes where kids will play, as well as the alcoholic, drunk, and disgusting right next to kids. This problem will not be fixed by an ugly 6-foot-high fence. The homeless will climb it at night. They will still be in the park shooting up drugs. And in the daytime, the city will have no one to prevent them from being inside the park when the kids are in the park. The 6-foot fence solution is at best a knee-jerk to present the appearance that the city sees a problem and they want to fix it. The problem is that this will negatively affect the good residents of the town, and it will be largely ignored by the homeless and by the pedophiles that could decide that they want to be in the park. Please do not destroy the look of the park with this fence. The next one that I have is Laura Seaman at 525 North B Street. Hello from a local elementary school teacher. I am very excited to hear the details of a crisis intervention plan that Commissioner Stokes is bringing forth. I urge commissioners to consider how their votes on this proposal could positively impact the lives of our local children in schools. Crisis does not have to equal trauma. Sorry. On to the next set. My apologies. Give me just a second. Sorry, we had a host of them come in as they were pushed forward. So I'm trying to sort them through really quickly.
Well,
The next one that I have is Michael Collins, 421 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 6. I'm writing on behalf of the 421 Condo Association. Our condo building overlooks the playground on the south side of Bryant Park. There's great concern on the safety in this area due to the use of the pavilion use for drug usage and loitering. There was some rumor of a large fence to be built to help combat this problem. However, I think more personnel policing the area would be a better use of money. The city should schedule a workshop or some community meeting to go over options to clean up our parks. I also recommend starting to phase out the plastic playground equipment with a more organic wood structure. Thank you, Michael Collins, president of the 421 Condo Association. The next one is Celia Dartani at 1617 North N Street. I recently learned of a proposal to fence in the pavilion at the south end of Bryant Park to reduce vagrancy problem. I strongly oppose building any fences in the park as it would reduce access to areas I enjoy with my children and grandchildren. I submit you to a greater community policing presence in the park would discourage such issues. I also would like to add that more native trees should be planted in the park to provide more shade. I do not support adding any more paved areas, which would only increase the heat in the park. The next one is from Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. I strongly oppose fencing and no more cement. I support other strategies to keep our parks a safe space and accessible without fencing. Community policing is a good option. Fencing will not keep out homeless people. We need more trees. The next one And that is all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
And that was second by Vice Mayor McBoy. Public hearings, ordinance number 2023-06. This is the second reading. Madam Attorney, please read by title.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations by amending Article 1 General Provisions, Division 2 Definitions, Section 23.1-12 Definitions, Article 2 Administration, Division 3 Permits, Section 23.2-27 Waiver, Article 2 Administration, Division 3 Permits, Section 23.2-31 Site Design Qualitative Standards, Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 2 Residential Districts, Section 23.3-7 SF-R Single Family Residential, Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 2 Residential Districts, Section 23.3-8 SF-TF 14 Single Family and Two Family Residential, Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 2 Residential Districts, Section 23.3-10 MF-20 Multifamily Residential, Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 2 Residential Districts, Section 23.3-11 MF-30 Medium Density Multifamily Residential, Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 2 Residential Districts, Section 23.3-12 MF-40 High Density Multifamily Residential, Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4-1 Secondary Accessory Dwelling Units, Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4-10 Off-Street Parking, Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4-13 Administrative Uses and Conditional Uses, Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4.16 Mechanical Systems, Equipment for Existing Residential Structures, Article 5 Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-1 Signs, Article 5 Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-13 Nonconformities, and providing for severability, the repeal of laws and conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a little, one comment about this, and it has to do with parking as a discussion. If you go to 23.4-10, off-street parking, line 773. It's a reduction of the requirement of parking. The total required residential parking shall be reduced by 25% for developments that provide no less than 15% of all proposed units as income restricted, affordable, or workforce housing units in accordance with Section 23.2-39. This reduction may not be combined with other parking reduction provisions of these LDRs, and at least one parking space per residential dwelling is also required. I am a little concerned about this reduction in parking requirements. If anyone has been up to the Mid, it's a parking nightmare. And as you know, although we certainly encourage people to use less cars, the fact is people do use cars. And I am just very concerned about this creating more parking problems in the future.
For the record, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. That provision is actually in our comprehensive plan, and we are codifying that ability to have that reduction for affordable housing from the comprehensive plan and including it in the LDRs. It's also part of our affordable housing program.
So what does that mean?
That means that if you do include affordable housing in your project, you can reduce the required parking for that portion of a project by 25.
Well, I see that. I mean, I understand, but that's what that says. But Mike, you mentioned the LDRs and the comp plan.
Well, somebody could request us to implement a provision of the comp plan, such as a reduction in the parking, without it necessarily being in the LDRs. But not everybody goes to the LDRs to find it. So we are moving things that are provided for in the comprehensive plan to be included in the LDRs themselves. And we have three different ways to reduce the parking. One, it was already been in the code for quite a while, is that if you have a mixed use project, you tabulate what the required parking across all fronts are and all uses, and you can reduce that total by 25%. But you cannot have less than at least one parking space per residential unit. Unlike other cities, we also do not require changes of use and occupancy to provide the current parking, which was an incentive that was talked about when the code was being redone between 2009 and 2011. And the third provision is that we allow parking that is fronting the property on the right of way to help count toward the on-site parking. And that was a provision that was added, I believe, in 2014.
I still, I mean, every time I go to the mid or go up there, it's a disaster. There's people parking all over the place. The other people in the neighborhoods really have no place to park. So I'm just saying, that's my concern. Mr. McVoy, I'm not asking to change it. I'm just saying this is my concern.
And just so I fully understand, I think what you said, William, is that we already have exactly this language or very close to it in two other places in our overall thing. And we are just, this is a housekeeping to make sure it's consistent.
Yes, sir.
In this one as well. Right. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, yeah. All right, well, to the folks at the mid, I apologize. So we have a motion and a second. Do I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I do think we should have a motion that we should charge your department by the word for the attorney's reading.
Well, I think Blanford Sylvia sent you today just because you had to read that. I remember that you struggled with that last time. Okay.
Or we can bring amendments more often and the titles will be shorter.
B, ordinance 2023-17 and 2023-18, first reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2023-17 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map from the zoning district of mixed use Dixie Highway MUDH to Transit Oriented Development East TOD-E on property generally located at the northwest corner of South Dixie Highway and 9th Avenue at 821 South Dixie Highway, and as more particularly described in Exhibit A, and providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to also read 2000?
Sure, go ahead.
The other one? Ordinance number 2023-18 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan future land use map through a small scale map amendment from the future land use FLU designation of mixed use East MU E to the transit oriented development TOD FLU designation on property generally located at the northwest corner of South Dixie Highway and 9th Avenue, generally located at 821 South Dixie Highway, and as more particularly described in Exhibit A, providing that conflicting ordinances are repealed, providing severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
I'm going to intercede and help clarify something. The comprehensive plan and future land use designation needs to be changed before you can do the rezoning. So even though the city attorney did read them in the right order, 17, 18, before we get into it too far, I like the vote for the 18 one being first and then the vote on the 17 one being second.
Okay, that's a procedural thing.
And because this is legislative, it's not quasi judicial in the sense, but we're going to kind of run it the same way. And I want to introduce Abraham Fogel. He's our senior planner. He's on our second visit with us as a great staff person. This is his first presentation to the City Commission. So here he is. Also, Erin Sita is available. She's not feeling the greatest, but she's on Zoom, I believe. And so hopefully the three of us can get through this rather complicated project to your satisfaction.
Thank you. Okay, so with 2023-18 is what you're looking for the first reading. Do we have any comments or questions about that particular ordinance? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. McVoy.
I think Ms. Stokes had hers on it.
Okay, well, Ms. Stokes, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that the rezoning is only happening on the parcel that would be affecting the next projects, not any of the other surrounding.
It's only affecting one parcel, actually 821 South Dixie. The other parcels involved in the project already have the zoning commensurate with TOD East or Transit Oriented Development East.
All right, but we're not expanding past that property. Okay, I got questions from people, so I just wanted to clarify for the public. Thank you.
Sure. Who's next? Mr. McCoy?
I think I'm next,
Yeah.
and then Commissioner Diaz. I had, my comments are both with 18 and 17. I communicated with William and with Elizabeth Lanahan. I had a little bit of concerns about increasing the zoning. And my main concern was that the project itself, I'm very supportive of, and I think many of the commission and the public would be of more very affordable senior housing. And I think a tall building, if we're going to put it anywhere, and I forget whether we're at 5 or 6, but in that range, Dixie Highway is probably a pretty appropriate place for it. My concern is my understanding of the funding process for this kind of project is that it's not a known deal. I call it a lottery because I don't know a better word, but it's out of the control of the developers. And I had a little bit of concern with changing the zoning for the property, which would then stick. And if the project doesn't happen, then it's got an increased zoning. I think in the overall package of things, the good and the bad altogether, I support it. So I will be voting yes for the change.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz?
Wait, did
I
Mr.
was going to
Lynn?
clarify something.
Oh.
As you recall, in the LDRs, any building over 2 stories has to participate in the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. And the affordable housing program that you adopted, any building that is over 2 stories must provide 15% of its overall units as affordable. And then if you tack on the other 15% from the program, it averages out that 30% of the overall project ends up being affordable. And if you were doing a commercial project, then you pay into our trust fund. I want to feel people be aware that even though the density was changing, if it comes in as a residential project or any type of project over 2 stories, there would have to be some provision of affordable housing.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification.
Thanks. Commissioner Diaz?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have an issue with this. I think in order to bring affordability and live more environmentally friendly, we do have to live in higher density, and some places are just going to be more appropriate than others. This is definitely one of those. But I would say one of the repeat questions I've gotten from the community regarding this, it's not dissimilar to the block down the road with GMC and others, is when we go to TODE, what does that look like real world in terms of density increase, and what effect, if any, does that have on live local and like the surrounding area?
I'm not familiar with the acronym you use in your question.
Oh, like, a little while ago, we changed the zoning for TODE to TODE for the block down on Lake Worth Road that has the Guatemala Mine Center. And we had like a number of what are essentially the same questions. Does this change to TODE? What does that mean real world in terms of height and density change on this block? And also, like, are we doing ourselves any, not bad favors in regards to live local and similar?
Well, Live Local will not be changing. As we presented to you when we did our little flyer, the maximum height within a mile of mixed use west and TOD east and part of downtown is 6 stories and 65 feet. The maximum density is 46 units an acre under Live Local. The base density is only going up from 30 units an acre to 40. However, if you assemble enough property, that can jump up exponentially, which is what they've done. They've gotten to the threshold to be an urban plan development, which allows a 25% increase in the zoning, and they're proposing to utilize TDRs, transfer development rights, and do the affordable housing incentive of another 15%. So all projects can't necessarily take advantage of all of that.
Thank you. And similarly, I mean, it's due time. I've been looking at this car lot for a long time, lived really close to it. It needs to be something else, and affordable housing is definitely a good choice of that. But it is also, it's a pretty sizable piece of property, but it's also not huge. So they're physically limited to how big they could get, essentially, right? Because you can only have as a big enough footprint that includes parking and whatnot. So there are already practical limitations. It's not going to be a massive building. It's not going to lead to, the domino effect of sky rises on Dixie. I don't think that's going to happen to us. So I just wanted to make sure we covered that in this discussion.
Yeah, I had sort of had the same question. If the tax credits are not approved, then what you're saying, it sounds like we would do this anyway because it would be in fitting with that neighborhood and the requirements of workforce housing going up more than 2 stories. So
The other piece, and I was talking to I guess it was the city manager. Joan and I believe of the CRA participated or sort of watched in on the housing bond discussion with the county, and there was a presentation on it from the Business Development Board. If this project were not awarded the affordable housing credits, I would encourage the applicant to apply through an RFP to have funding come from the housing bond at the county. And I would encourage, hopefully, that you'll include in your motion eventually that you would support their doing that if this low-income housing credits don't come through.
where would we put that?
In the motion for item C.
See, okay, great, thanks. So I think, do we have a motion and a second? We, all in favor? Aye.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Madam Mayor, I have a public comment.
Sorry. And there's none here. No. On the next one.
It is from Jonas Reed, 1325 North End Street. Hello, Madam Mayor and Commissioners and City Manager. The Madison Terrace site plan is being presented for consideration. Needs to be modified to meet the requirements of the rezoning. Prior to this agenda item, the commission had the first reading to rezone the same property to TODE. However, this site plan proposed shows improvements that will make it immediately non-conforming to that zoning dictation. The rezoning to TODE will allow for a 6-story building with 40 dwelling units per acre to be built. This is a big upgrade in population density for this 1.81 acre parcel. However, the site plan presented is for 176 dwelling units, nearly double the allowed density. The TODE zoning allows for a minimum of 600 square foot 1-bedroom dwelling units, but this proposal shows 576 square foot 1-bedroom units. Despite proposing 176 units, they are only providing 123 parking spaces. This will leave 30% of the tenants without parking spaces. Where will guests of this building's residents park? These plans need to be revisited by the developer and brought in line with the TODE requirements. Approval of this as proposed sets precedents for another developers to follow suit. The commission needs to consider the impact of this proposal and make sure it conforms with the rezoning also being proposed. Please vote against this as it is being presented.
Thank you.
That are all the comments I have.
Thank you. Okay, so we voted on,
Just as a point, Mr. Reed made some.
yes, and Mr. Waters.
I wouldn't mind hearing from Mr. Waters.
Well,
Clarification.
all the comments that Mr. Reed stated, I understand would be applicable to item C, not B.
Okay.
Right.
And I would, when we get to C, I'd be interested to hear.
Well, I mean, it's right in the agenda packet that the 576 is because of the sustainability. I mean, there are answers to those questions right in
That's what I
the
thought would
packet.
be helpful
Right.
to hear them.
Okay, so we have voted on 18, I believe. Okay, now, do I have a motion to approve 2023-17?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Oh, aye.
17.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. Now we are up to item C, which is a little more stuff going on with it, a lot of paperwork. Okay, this is ordinance number 2023-16. It's the first reading. Now, this is a quasi judicial hearing, and I'm going to ask the attorney to read the title and then read the problem about it's quasi judicial.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Ordinance number 2023-16, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a residential planned development district located at the northwest corner of South Dixie Highway and 9th Avenue South to construct two 6-story multifamily buildings containing a total of 176 dwelling units, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the Transit-Oriented Development-East TODE zoning district with a future land use designation of Transit-Oriented Development TOD, subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C, approving a development of significant impact, approving a conditional use permit, approving a height, density, and intensity bonus incentive through the City Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program, transfer of development rights program, and affordable/workforce housing program, approving a major site plan for the development of a residential plan development, approving a right-of-way abandonment, approving for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. Now you may continue the next piece of this.
This is a quasi judicial hearing.
Okay. Okay, we have a little more, so.
Do you have a
I have
specific
a
script? Oh, okay.
I will read it.
Okay.
This is a quasi judicial hearing and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All board members must disclose if they have or reasonably believe to have a demonstrated bias or prejudice against any party, a direct or indirect monetary interest in the outcome of the hearing, a prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, the facts of the record, or any ex parte communications or personal investigations, including conversations with city staff. Let's start with Ms. Malega.
Yes, I've had several conversations with Mr. Mike Olive in regards to this property. I was actually set to go tour his property in Cape Coral, but I did not go through with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Vice Mayor Boyd.
I have, you might need to remind me that I have no pre-views on it. I have no monetary interest. I have spoken with the developers. They contacted me to give a presentation before the public presentation, and I attended the public presentation as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
No bias or prejudgment or conversations with the developers or contributions. I've talked to staff about some questions that I've had, but that's it.
Commissioner Diaz.
Same, no bias, no prejudgment. I've had no communications or donations or anything like that. I've talked with Carmen briefly about it on our one-on-ones.
Okay, thank you. And I have had a couple of meetings with the developers at the CRA office and a couple of phone calls. I have not received any money from them. I have no demonstrated bias, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the staff has to say about it. Then the city attorney is going to state if your answer to any of these is yes. Okay, so we've done that. So all then giving testimony tonight, please rise and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Thank you. Okay.
And as you testify, please state your name and address for the record. And if you represent a party, please also state who you represent.
Are there any affected people on this one? No. Okay, great. Would you please give your presentation?
Mr. Fogel's going to give the presentation, but I'm going to provide some elaboration at the end to explain the process after, depending on what you do.
Again, Abraham Fogel, Senior Community Planner, and I will be doing tonight's presentation for Madison Terrace. As mentioned in the ordinance title, there are technically 8 parts to this. We have a mixed-use urban plan development, residential only, to construct 176 dwelling units. It's considered a development of significant impact by our code since it's over 100 dwelling units. And it's also a major site plan and conditional use since they are constructing over 7,500 square feet, and that's the threshold in our code. Part of this request also includes right-of-way abandonment of the north half of 9th Avenue South
as well as the alley bisecting the project area. It also includes different incentives such as the Sustainable Bonus Program, Affordable Housing Program, and transfer of development rights. Moving on to the site plan, the site's configured with two 6-story buildings with pedestrian entrances fronting South Dixie Highway. Parking is proposed on surface parking lots and on the ground floor of both buildings with vehicular access from South A Street. Amenities include public open space, fitness room, arts and crafts room, game room, billiards room, and activity room. In total, there will be 168 one-bedroom units and 8 studio units. A total of 123 parking spaces are proposed, which is under the required parking. However, they are seeking a reduction with the Affordable Housing Program, and the plan development provisions also allow flexibility in the parking. Moving on to the landscape plan, the proposal provides perimeter landscaping in shade trees, I apologize. And this proposed landscaping is consistent with the city's landscape regulations and the major thoroughfare design guidelines. The proposed landscaping complies with the city's requirements that at least 75% is native to Florida. Of note, the plan development has a few minor landscape waivers regarding the width of landscape islands to better accommodate the parking in the surface lot. And in one area, there's a small reduction of the landscape buffer. This is the view of both buildings from South Dixie Highway. The proposed design is contemporary with Art Deco inspired detailing. The exterior finishes include corrugated metal panels, smooth and scored stucco, vertically oriented windows, and Art Deco parapet elements. Both buildings feature a flat roof and identical building designs, and overall the building design is contemporary while honoring the Art Deco design, which is one of the prevailing architectural styles in the city. Here's another view from South Dixie Highway. And here we have the front elevation as viewed from South Dixie Highway. And the side elevation where you're seeing the open, that's the area where there's the ground parking. The other side is very similar. And lastly, we have the rear elevation. Part of staff's conditions propose murals on these facades to create visual interest. And those, of course, would have to go back to planning and zoning since they're the decision maker on mural applications. On this slide, we have more details of the exterior finishes and an elevation of the sign. The project will have 2 monument signs that comply with the city's sign code. They're not requesting any waivers associated with signage. A unique feature of this project as depicted on the master plan is that it will include 2 phases. The phase lines are depicted on the slide. Staff has included conditions of approval to any concerns related to phasing, should phasing not occur, and how the streetscape would look. Also, if there's an extended period of construction to make sure the beautification of the street is completed. Of note as well, the phasing will reflect a future plat of this property, which will be 2 lots. Now moving on to the incentives, the first one is affordable housing. As I previously mentioned, the project includes 176 units. The project will be 100% income restricted. And to a previous question, the program does allow unit size reduction of up to 15%. So for the 1-bedroom units, they're proposing 576 square feet, which represents only a 4% reduction, whereas the program actually allows you to reduce up to 15. And through this program, the project is gaining 22 additional dwelling units in the total. Moving on to the sustainable bonus that's outlined in our comprehensive plan, which allows a 25% bonus on density, intensity, and height over the baseline as outlined on table 1 of the city's comprehensive plan. The project is gaining an additional height of 26.25 over the 30 feet from the base zoning, which would allow the project to achieve 56.25 feet with 5 stories. It will allow the project to add 64 bonus units, and it would bump up the floor area ratio to 1.7.
Oops, there we go.
So as our program, you take your bonus area and you have a multiplier of $750 for the first tier, $15 for the second tier. So we took that bonus area, multiplied it using that value per square footage. And the total is $921,455.14.
Is that for both pieces
Both
of it, the
tiers.
total?
That's the total. 921,000, sorry. The requirement is that 50% would be paid out to the city. The applicant is requesting that the city commission waive that. That's to your discretion, and you'll see that in the conditions, and they can speak to that. But going back to the sustainable bonus, they will be pursuing Florida Green Building Certificate, which will contribute to that value. There's also a public amenity in the form of open space. And as I previously mentioned, they're exceeding the 50% minimum of affordable housing, since 100% of the units will be income restricted.
Okay, thank you. Is that the presentation by the city? There's more,
Oh,
and there's more.
We're almost there, almost there.
There's more.
So the last incentive we'll be talking about is transfer of development rights as established in section 23.3-25G. The project will be using this program to achieve additional height, an additional story and density. The multiplier for this program is $15. We multiply as well the bonus area. In this case, we took an average of the unit size and multiplied that. The total cost came to $151,947.90. And the project is gaining an additional 18 units, an additional story, and about an additional 10 feet. So it's maxing out at 6 stories, about 66 feet in height. And similar to the sustainable bonus, the applicant is asking to waive this fee. Unlike the sustainable bonus, transfer of development rights is a total payout. So they're asking a waiver for that total amount. And we're wrapping up. Based on the data and analysis in the staff report, the proposed plan development will be complementary to the adjacent residential and commercial properties. The project will provide affordable units with walking distance access to public transportation, and the proposed improvements are consistent with the city's land development regulations. The item was taken to the Planning and Zoning Board for both the future land use, rezoning, and plan development. The board voted to unanimously approve. They did have conditions related to the phasing and the temporary fencing. We already had some language in our conditions. We just tightened it up to address those concerns should, one phase not be constructed, or there would be a big lag between the phases. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let's do this in pieces. I see your light is on. Is this a question for staff? No, it's a question for the developers next. Okay. So let's have the developer up and we'll wait till the end. State your name and your relationship to the project.
My name is Mike Oliver, 558 West New England Avenue, Winter Park, Florida. I am the developer. I'm one of the partners of the developer. There's 4 partners. And I have with me Lance Reibling. Whoops. I don't need this, John. Thank you.
And how do you spell Lance's last name?
My last name is spelled REI,
B as in boy, ELING.
Thank you.
So we are co-developers with a company called American Residential Communities. Between the four of us, we have over 50 years of experience in Florida with affordable housing. I want to thank Abraham for his work the last several months. William and Aaron, they did a great job. It is a relatively complicated code, and they helped us work through that, helped us understand it. Not 100%, but we're getting pretty close. Go ahead to the next slide. Oh, do you have it? Oh, is that what? Okay.
Is it working with us now?
I'm not sure. Which one? This one? This one. Ah.
Okay. Smooth, very smooth.
Yes. Let me try this. Did it actually go to the next slide?
Yeah, it did.
That was amazing. Okay. We have been developing in many counties in Florida, back except for Palm Beach County, I'll say. We came down here back in August to find a site, and a broker friend of mine in Palm Beach County came across the owners of the property that we were proposing to develop, and we quickly learned that the city was eager for affordable housing, declared a state of emergency, pledged to create policies to alleviate the current problem. And frankly, the issue is really everywhere we go. And I think we all know that. The difference is that you guys came out in the public forum and basically said we need affordable housing. And I commend you guys for that. We do go to some cities, and frankly, in a roundabout way, they tell us, no thanks, but no thanks. And, you can read between the lines. We all have the need, every city, every community. It's just good to see that you guys recognize that. With that being said, we're requesting entitlements that allow us to maximize the density and building height while being consistent with the current comprehensive plan and land development regulations. I think probably the most important thing I want to talk to you guys about tonight, it has nothing to do with specifically the site or our development at all. And it has to do with the financing part of our development and the approval part. I mean, we're here to get entitlements approved, but that's just the first step for us. So let me get into that a little bit. Affordable housing developers, it's much different than regular developers. I'll call them market rate developers. Market rate developers, they raise about 40% of their funds through private equity. They borrow about 60% from the bank. They build the project. Maybe if we have a big time recession, they'll put it on hold for a year or two. They'll crank it right back up. When construction costs go up, what happens? Rents go up. We've seen rents go up astronomically across the board in Florida, and basically in the entire country. Contrary to that, we use low-income housing tax credits that are basically provided to the state by the IRS. These are literally tax credits that Wells Fargo, who is our syndicator, they syndicate our tax credits, and they're our equity partner. They provide our construction loan, which is a gap. So that between the time we receive the tax credits from the state, and then they provide a small permanent loan for us. We have limited financial resources. This particular project is going to be a $32 million project, plus or minus, I'm going to say $500,000 or $1 million one way or the other. We do our best today to estimate what the construction costs are going to be 18 months from now. And in the last 3 years, we've all been missing that mark. All the affordable developers, because we don't expect 15% increases or 20% increases year over year, which is what we've been having. Typically, if you go back, say 10 years, it was maybe 4 to 6% annually. Pretty predictable. Of the $32 million, $28 million comes directly from the federal government in tax credits. Wells Fargo takes those off our hands. They actually use those to pay down their annual tax bill. And they're required, by the way, by the federal government to do these types of things. It's free money from the federal government directly to the community that we have success in. The permanent loan will be ours. It'll be about $3.3 million. And in this case, the CRA back in November pledged to provide a $640,000 forgivable loan. And I have to say thank you to Joan and her board, because without that, I wouldn't be standing here, because what that funding does, that $640,000, is it takes our application and it elevates the possibility for us to win an allocation. In Palm Beach County, without that, it's called a Florida Housing Finance Corporation. It's a funding goal. It's called the Local Government Area of Opportunity Funding Goal. So when a city or a county pledges that in the form of a grant or a loan, now we can compete. Without it, we can't compete. So the big difference is we can't simply raise the rents to solve the problem. If construction costs go up a lot, we may win the allocation and still not be able to build it. That hasn't happened yet, but it's come very close. So that's what we're working against. It's an annual cycle. Our applications are due this year on September 13th for the large county applications. This is going to keep sliding off, isn't it? And it comes down to a lottery number. This is the part where we can't really control exactly what happens. And I'll explain that in just a minute. In Palm Beach County last year, there were 4 applications that had this local government area of opportunity funding that competed inside the county. And so there was a 25% chance of getting the best lottery number. In the last 7 years, there's been anywhere from 0, 1, 2, or 3 applications. Last year, there were 4. So this year, there could be 2. There could be 4. Again, we don't know yet. But that's where the uncertainty comes from. We only compete with applications that are in Palm Beach County. And so, you know, we'll see how many there are, and hopefully we have the best lottery number. If we don't win it this year, we have the property under contract for 3 years, and we'll keep trying. We're building a project in St. Cloud, Florida, in Osceola County right now. It took us 4 years to get that project approved, but the city council stuck with us with the funding goal. And the 3rd and 4th year, I wasn't sure they were going to do it. But it's out of our hands. I think they understood that. They stuck with us, and now we're building a 7-story building in St. Cloud, and we own the property next door. Hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, it'll be another 2-phase deal like we're trying to, accomplish here. So what I need to do, here are a few of the basic requirements for us, for the federal government and the state giving us this funding. We have to remain affordable for a period of at least 50 years. 50. Now, in contrast, a 4% bond deal, affordable developers, they do those as well in Florida. We don't participate in that particular program. They only have to be affordable for 15 years. So it's a big difference. The rent rates are established by HUD. We do not determine our rent rates. Housing and Urban Development does. Just another caveat. This is what you have to do. The maximum rent that we can charge is 80% of area median income. 10% of our units must be extremely low income, referred to as ELI, based on 30% of the AMI, area median income. The average rental rate cannot exceed 60%. So, first we have to get the entitlements, then we have to get an allocation from the state. And I'm sure you'll have some questions about that. I'm happy to answer them at the end of the presentation. So, oops. No. I'm going to just, okay, here we go. Here are the actual current rent rates as determined by HUD. What I put up on the top is, just some, the mid and the bohemian, approximately 600 square feet. You can see the rates there. I'm sure they'll be higher in a year from now. Then you look at our rent rates. And let me explain this real quick for you. If you look at, the studio, 430 square feet, the 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 576. But by the way, for a single elderly person, that's plenty of space. I know some people think, wow, that's so small. You go to the Bohemian and you get 30 more square feet for, an extra $1,000. So when you look at the gross rent, that's the rent, that's the number that HUD sets. But then we have to provide utility allowances. Water, sewer, electric. What this represents is only the electric part, because we provide the water and the sewer. We have master meters, and so they don't, we provide water and sewer to the residents. So if you deduct the electric utility allowance under net rent, you'll see what we could charge for our units. Again, the 30% AMI has to be at least 10% of our units. So let me see here. Go to the next one. I won't spend too much time on this. I think the staff did a great job. We are consistent with the comp plan and the land development regulations. It's a much more efficient use of the land. We heard, I know there's some concern about parking. What you'll see is our typical residents on a per unit basis have about 0.6. And by the way, that's based on 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. Our typical buildings, every building that we've built, well, St. Cloud's a little different. Typically we have 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, 50-50. So if we have a 100-unit building, there's 52 bedrooms and 51 bedroom units. And these numbers, come from those units. For just the 1 bedroom, it's about 0.5. And I'll get to that empirical data a little bit more in just a minute. Our projects, we reduce the dependency on automobiles with these infill projects, and our seniors, they rely heavily on public transportation. This project supports the CRA's infill and redevelopment initiatives, and we would be eliminating a non-conforming land use. This is, I think, maybe to me, one of the most important. Oh, it's not that one. The current land use is a used car lot. The building was built, I think it was actually 1946. That might be a typo. It was sometime in the 40s, a long time ago. South Dixie clearly is in need of some new development. We provide a critical mass, which is necessary for future development. The location is in close proximity to essential needs. We are sustainable building elements. We meet the Florida Green Building Certification standards. And frankly, I think the tax base, if per project, will be about $130,000 a year. Currently, it's something like all 5 parcels. It's something like 10 or 15,000. Yeah, something like that. This is the one I find extremely interesting. We are the site with the big blue star on it. That's South Dixie Highway. You guys know it a lot better than I do, but I know it pretty well right now. The red represents auto-related businesses, car lots, car rental lots, car sales lots, transmission shops, tire stores, things of that nature. The yellow represents churches. and the green represents motels. What you find in between is, I don't know, an upholstery shop and other stuff like that. But look at the age of the buildings. It's really, I mean, this is really pretty common in a lot of infill areas across many Florida cities. But this cycle is hard to break. And I'll tell you why. If you had shown me, if you took our site out and someone said, go down there and assemble, 12 sites with different ownership, I would say, take a pass on that. We were lucky enough to find a landowner who had one pretty large piece, the one that's on South Dixie, where the car lot is, and 5 other pieces to assemble this property to make this like feasible and frankly impactful for this stretch of South Dixie Highway. And that's just the way this works. I mean, we've seen it in, where we've built other buildings, not exactly quite the same setup, but very difficult to do in a stretch of South Dixie or stretch of road like this. Some of these parcels are 0.15 acres. Here's our site configuration. Real quick, 5 parcels, total 1.61 acres. We need to vacate the rights of way to get to 1.81 and our request for numbers of units. I really do apologize for the site plan that we provided these guys because I know it's hard to look at. So I color coded one for you. The blue is the buildings. You'll notice on the right side of the buildings, it's a darker shade than the left side. And that's because on the first floor of the left side, that is structured parking. So you'll drive, and then you can see all the white area is parking. And the green areas are the green open space. Hopefully this gives you a better feel for it than looking at a bunch of black lines just, floating around the screen. We have 2 points of ingress and egress out to H Street. We felt like that was much better. It was better to get the buildings up on South Dixie and not have any ingress egress on a busier roadway. Let me see what else. The buildings are U-shaped. We have the alley has water and sewer that run north-south through it. That's where we'll tie into our water and sewer. Very efficient design there. There's power lines that we are going to have to put underground because we can't have a 6-story building next to a power line like that. Exactly what we had to do in Cape Coral, the exact same setup. We didn't have as much land, had to put the power underground and just built one building on the far right side. Public open space between the buildings. And I'm going to show you now what that looks like. When we first designed this, it was not by acts or by design, but it just what we did. We had that up closer to the sidewalk, and we were told that there have been some issues with cars coming over the curb, and so someone said, "Can you push it back?" And we said, "Yeah, we'll do that." So we pushed it back. It's between the buildings now. So won't bore you too much with this. By the way, on the site plan, the phase 1 is on the south, phase 2 is on the north. But here we have it. Phase 1, 91 units, 83 1-bedroom, 8 studios. Phase 2, 85 units, 2 6-story buildings with some structured and surface parking. Building security, that's paramount to us. We have camera systems at every point of ingress and egress, even in the corridors on every floor, monitoring people coming in and out of the elevators. One thing I will point out real quick, let me just go back to this site plan. So there's obviously there's a front door. You can see the sidewalk that goes into the middle of the front of the buildings. Under the parking, there's 2 points of ingress, egress. Wish I had a pointer. Yeah, there you go. So, but a little bit further up, go to the middle of those. Well, I mean, the middle of the building there. Anyway, you can maybe see the corridor. You see the hallway that goes around, the building. Anyway, there's 2 points of ingress and egress on the west side of the buildings as well. That's what I wanted to point out to you. Open space. Okay. Our seniors. This is based on Cape Coral project that we just finished back in October. The average age is 69.4 years old at the time of move-in. They are very quiet. You go to our projects and it's almost like, there's people moving around, walking around, but it's not like some of the family projects that we have. Let me just put it that way. And we always get this question when we go in and talk to new municipalities. It's like, well, how do I know that it's not going to be a bunch of people from New York and Chicago and blah? And so I said, okay, well, I don't know. I know it's not, but let me just get some numbers. And here it is. 86% of the residents came from Cape Coral or Fort Myers. That's like they're right next door to each other. 93% came from Lee County, all in Lee County. Literally, only 2 people came from out of state. Now, that might not be in every project, but I know the first people that find out about it are the people that live there, that see it going up, or banner goes up about 3 or 4 months before CO. They start calling and they get on the list, and you have to go down the list one by one. So it is for the residents of Lake Worth Beach primarily and neighboring cities. No question about that. That might be okay. So here's some interior photos so you guys can get a feel for the finish. They're really nice. I mean, they just really are really nice. The building itself is post-tension concrete slabs. Our building in Cape Coral was supposed to get CO'd at the end of September last year on the 31st, and the hurricane hit on the 29th. I mean, literally. The only damage was we had to tilt up the trees. I think on the roof, one of the AC compressors somehow got a hole in it. Everything was fine. We CO'd it, I think, on the 9th of October, and people started moving in. They were happy to be there. And so this is what we build. It's really nice. It's getting more and more difficult to build this with the dollars that we get, but it's still works, kind of. This is the lobby in Clearwater, and this is exactly what this building will look like inside. So we had a community meeting, and this is going to finish up my presentation. On June 28th, 12 people showed up, and I want to just go through a few of the things that they asked us to talk about or look into and see if we can accomplish some of this stuff. We had lots of feedback, helpful ideas. I don't think anybody there opposed the project. They didn't tell me that if they did, they didn't say anything about it. I think one of the main things again was high crime area. They wanted us to know you're in a high crime area. Security should be, a focal point for you guys. And they all said, talk to Captain Bear if you really want to know what's going on. I think he's here.
Oh, he left.
Oh, he left. I'm like, what happened? Wow, that's funny. Okay. Well, you guys, I know I'm being recorded, right? Okay. So here we go. We talked to him for about 20 minutes on the phone a few weeks ago, and he gave us his opinions and suggestions. And when we finished, I said, do you mind if I share that with the commission? And he said, no, not at all. Sometimes they ask me about this stuff. And I said, I will, and I wrote down as verbatim as I could what he said to me. And so I'm going to share it with you. If I misrepresent anything, I'm sure he can correct me later. He said the development will help alleviate crime. in that area, because the more good people there are, they drive out the bad people. We've witnessed that in other projects. He said it will help him because he won't have to focus so much on that area. Focus on other areas in the city. He says that the current police force dedicated to Lake Worth is very capable. They're very well equipped, and relatively speaking, they have, I guess, a large force for the number of residents. Those are his words. And then he said, look, looks good to me. South Dixie Highway is in dire need of new development. This is no revelation, right? We know that. And then he said, some projects provide an off-duty police officer in situations like this, which we actually have done that. We do it right now. A project we built 2 years ago in Tampa, we donated one of our units to an off-duty police officer. And so I think that's something we would consider doing here. Another comment, can we put a covered connection between the buildings? Yes, we can do that. Put an awning or something like that, because residents of both buildings will have cross access to the facilities and things of that nature. And it would be a one manager system. We do have full-time managers, full-time maintenance at the sites as well. Another comment was, could we utilize the retention area for outdoor recreation? We are looking into that. We're going to do, we have a little retention pond, and then we have some exfiltration. That's done a lot down here. If we can afford to put all of the exfiltration, perfect. Thank you, Abraham. If we can afford to put all the stormwater in exfiltration, that little green area down there that Abraham's circling could be used for some outdoor recreation, possibly some more parking, whatever, we feel is the most beneficial. Another comment had to do with panic buttons in the rooms. What I've learned about that is, years ago, we used to put panic buttons in the rooms. I talked to our property management company, and they managed 20 of our sites and probably 40 or 50 others around the state. They said, what's happening right now is we're going away from that, because a lot of our residents have devices,
right?
And the devices are personal. When they hit the button, whoever is getting the signal knows exactly who it is. They know right where they are. They can get to them. And the problem with the panic buttons is, if it's in the bedroom and you fall in the kitchen, or you're in the elevator or whatever, and I'm not saying no to it. I'm just saying things are changing. And so, technology is really good in some respects. We do have toilets in the bathrooms that are elevated for seniors. I mean, that stuff's inexpensive. We have to buy a toilet. You just buy the one that's best for the 70 or 80-year-old. And we do have grab bars. A lot of those things are required by Florida Housing. And we do have resident programs. We have daily activities that our manager organizes, board games and, crafts and stuff like that. And we do have to provide assistance with light housekeeping. This is a requirement by Florida Housing, by the way. We have to do that. We have to provide some assistance for grocery shopping and or laundry. These are things our managers really become a part of the community. They get to know our residents on a personal level, and they help out. A resident assurance check-in program. The residents have to elect to do this, but if they do elect to do this, on a daily basis, they get a call from management to make sure everything's fine. What else? Celebration parties. I mean, Christmas, Thanksgiving, October, they do events for the residents, things like that. So that's what I have, and I'm happy to take your questions and hopefully provide adequate answers.
Okay, thank you very, very much. It's a lot of stuff to go over. I see Ms. Malika's line. We're just gonna take questions as they come up. Ms. Malika?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Oliver, you and I have had a couple of conversations. I was actually at the very first presentation for the CRA where you originally had proposed 79 to 80 some units.
Mhm.
And then along comes Live Local. And you go, well, now I'm gonna go as big as I can, right? Which is great, because we need affordable housing, and you and I've had multiple conversations, and I see that you put in the Palm Tran. Thank you for that. I am gonna support this, but this project, as I've told you before, but on none of the conversations did you ever tell me that you were gonna come forward and ask for $612,675.47 of this city's money. Because I would have told you right then and there, absolutely not.
Do you want me to address that?
Nope, let me just
Okay.
finish. Thank you. I understand that you're doing affordable housing, but I also understand you're paying the landowner for his property. You're paying the construction crew for their work. And our city, in my opinion, as an elected, especially this used to be my district and I live right around the corner, is not in any way stretched to the imagination in any financial position to say, sure, build as big as you want, as tall as you want. And by the way, you're getting 75 to 100% tax ad valorem deduction. It's not benefiting my city if you go with Live Local. According to Live Local, if you do 75% or 100% of your AMI, 80% of AMI, each unit provided to such persons qualifies for up to 100% ad valorem tax credit. Is that correct?
Live Local is a new law. Every time I go in to talk to a city in Oviedo or Mount Dora or Orange County, or they're interpreting it differently. Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I really don't.
Okay, well, I have to look at it as if this is true, that's not going to benefit my city.
Right.
You're going to get paid on the low end,
Yep.
you're going to net 1.9 million a year. And Live Local says you get 35 years of this tax ad valorem if you build this.
Wait. What was that number? 1.9 million a
Well, yeah,
year?
if you're doing on the 60 to 30%, I did the average times your for rent.
Oh, for both projects.
Correct, for both phases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just finish.
Yeah.
So, but just on the low end, there's no way that, I mean, I support the project. I think it's great. I don't think the public green space is not public. That's for the residents. So it's a selling point for you. It's not like Ramsey's gonna leave Royal Point Sienna or Mimi's gonna leave her neighborhood to drive and say, I'm gonna go visit this local park. So it doesn't benefit my residents. But I'm 100% in favor. I've said that from day one.
Yeah.
The CRA has kicked in a good chunk of money, $680,000, as long as you get what you need from the tax, from the credits. I think you need 9%. So I'm gonna support the project, but I'm a hard no on any of our funding being given up for our city.
Okay.
May I clarify something? This project is not covered by Live Local. And also, as the staff has been collaborating to interpret it, the municipality has to adopt the ad valorem freeze for the affordable housing. It doesn't come automatically.
Where does that say that?
It's in the legislation.
Okay. And
So if the county decides for Live Local to provide an ad valorem
doesn't the
benefit,
county override us,
well, that would be their ad valorem. It wouldn't be yours.
but it'll still affect us,
We don't get the county's ad valorem taxes.
but it'll still affect the residents. We don't get the impact fees that he's gonna pay the county.
Well, the county has a program to actually help pay the impact fees for affordable housing.
But how much of that do we get back?
That's a large debate we can have somewhere. else.
Okay, so again, it's gonna impact our residents. The traffic's gonna impact our residents. We're giving, and we're also giving up right away. So, I mean, we're right at this point, we're giving an open checkbook saying, go ahead and build, and I'm not in favor of that. This is not something that our city needs to look at right now, giving away things. That we are looking on how once ARPA and penny sales tax goes away, what is our plan for this city? We need to hold on to every single penny we have coming in. And again, I support the project, but I am not in favor of giving away money.
Thank you. Vice Chair McBoy, you're next.
I'm not gonna start with the giving away money part. We'll come to that. Where I would like to see the bus stops as close to the building as possible. That's not really in your purview, but you probably wouldn't have any objection if Palm Tran were to move the bus stops right in front of you.
Not at all.
So I think that's easy. a minor, well, maybe not so minor, but a one on the windows, assuming there are on the U-shaped inside part of the building, are those actual windows that look across there, or are they painted windows?
No, they are windows.
They're the real deal.
Yes.
Okay. And that's true of
Every unit has, yes, yes,
I
sir.
kind of figured it was,
Yes.
but I was
Yeah.
just confirming. How many elevators per each building now?
We have 2 per building. We wouldn't do one. We can do one, but we would not do one.
And assuming that some of your other buildings are similar size, have you had any issues? Has 2 proved to be pretty much plenty and it works out fine? Or, I mean, a resident raised, well, what about 3? I don't know. Doesn't look,
There's no way we could get 3 buildings if that's the question.
no, 3 elevators.
Oh, 3 elevators. 2 is plenty.
That's kind of what I figured. And you, and the next question relates a little bit to that. About how many of roughly similar buildings or similar usage have you done at this point? 5, 10, 15?
We have finished 8 and we're building, we're seeing the St. Cloud building is being CO'd in about, hopefully by the end of the year. So that would be our 8th or 9th.
So let's say
8,
that you
8.
have 5 of them that you've had running for a while.
Yes.
And you mentioned that, you know, an issue that, as you can tell, there's some sensitivity to is parking.
Yeah.
Your experience, your numbers of, and you know, you're talking to a science guy who likes to be empirical, real data. Your numbers are pretty empirical. You look at your parking lots, I'm guessing, or something like that, and you're finding that the typical residents that you have just don't tend to be big into cars. For financial reason or whatever reasons, they just don't. So
yes,
they're using other ways to get around. And do you find that your parking lots are overfilled? A concern that I think somebody raised, which is not a crazy one, is, well, that's cool that the residents don't use cars a lot, but they might have somebody visiting.
We have never had a parking issue at any of our projects. It's the last thing that we want is a parking issue. And we don't have any. We have some municipalities where we built 1-to-1, one space per unit. And when you go into those parking lots, there's always literally 30 empty parking spaces.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this data, the staff has this data, it's current. Our managers, every time somebody leaves and somebody new moves in, we have the license plate, we have the car, we know how many people live in every unit. It's important for them to keep up with the residents because they're elderly.
Right.
And when I go down the line here and I look at our 1-bedroom units, this is how many cars per unit, 0.48. 0.51, 0.55, 0.58, 0.6, 0.52, 0.51, 0.25.
Wow.
That's in downtown Tampa, Madison Heights, per 1-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
And this is not, there's 0.57, 0.54, 0.55, 0.63. This is how many 1-bedroom units, how many cars are associated with each 1-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
So we've and we've taken the 0.7, you know, that's the number that we've used internally. This is, if we have 0.7, it's enough for residents, it's enough for guests. You got a manager, and 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, you got a manager and a maintenance guy.
Right.
And this is, I don't see this changing. I mean, these numbers are just too close. There's no outliers.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
And the ratio here is that you're using is the 0.7.
It's about 0.7.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I feel pretty confident about that.
You know, the other part about it is this: we have to get phase 1 approved first, and then we have to get phase 2 approved. It might take us a couple of years to get phase 1 approved, and then phase 2, it might take another 3 or 4 years. Well, in the meantime, they could happen back-to-back years. I don't know. This is all odds, right? I think you understand this lottery number. There could be 2, there could be 3, 4 applications. We're going to be one of them. But so there's an opportunity, there could be an opportunity to prove our theory, right? We have one building up and, you know, that might not be the case, but we feel very strongly about this. We've been building these for 15 years. Well, affordable housing for my partner, 25 years, but the last thing we want is a parking issue. It's the last thing we want. So we feel strongly about it. You guys have to, you know, use your best judgment on that.
Let's come to the issue that Commissioner Malega raised, that it's not that we would be giving you money, it would be that you're saying, look, within the constraints of building costs, the amount that you get from these federal things and so on are fixed. You don't get to negotiate and say, hey, can we have a little more? That's not an option. I'm guessing what you're saying is that to make this work, we kind of need some help from the city, that we'd like some of it. Is there any, and I don't know if this is a fair question, but is there any leeway? Could you, you're asking for quite a bit. Can we meet you halfway? Can we meet you partway? And can you still, I mean, well, I don't know how you're going to answer that question, but do your best.
Sure. I think the simple answer is standing here right now, we don't know for sure. We've budgeted $270 a square foot to build this building. And that's everything. That's the land development. That's all in. Okay. And if it comes in at 300, we won't build it. We just won't. I mean, we can't.
Right.
Because that's another $2 million, you know, or more, actually. Yeah, a couple million dollars. It's not that I don't, you know, we're not opposed to giving the city this money, but I would like to get into this a little bit deeper when it's appropriate. The simple answer is, if we had the extra money, we would give it to you. If we do have extra money, we put it in the project. We don't make $1 more if we save $1 building. Our fee is fixed by Florida Housing. We're not like that's why I tried to make the distinction. It's very difficult, I know, between us and the guys that developed the Bohemian, or the guys that developed the other, market rate projects.
Right.
It's a completely different financial structure. If we bid this out and it comes in $1 million less, we have to give credits back to the state. We don't keep the money. It's not ours. Right. Our fee it's a set fee. It's a set fee.
Yeah.
We can't make $1 more, no matter how much it costs to build it. And so I'm asking for some leniency. I can say yes. I mean, if you say no, we just can't approve it. Otherwise, I'll say, oh, okay, we'll do it. And then, you know, if when we bid the project out and all the numbers come in great, okay, you guys get your 400 or 500 or whatever it is, and we move forward. And if not, let's go. We can't build it. I just think it's funny. The CRA gave us 640,000, not quite 680, but yeah, 640. And they're giving us 640. We really appreciate that. We think it's necessary. And then, you know, we could pass it right to the city council, city commission. I mean, if that's the decision you make, then, you know, that's what we'll do. You know, we'll give it back to the city. The idea was that it was going to be, you know, it was going to help us build the project. Literally, can we build the project? It's not, can we make more money?
Right.
And anyone in the room can check me on this. Okay.
I think
It's
that's
fine.
very important to understand, that you're, from what I understood before, the way this all is set up is very constrained by both federal and state rules. And, you know,
I mean, maybe there's just enough to build it and then give you guys whatever the number is. Or, you know, but if we didn't give it to you, we would put more exfiltration in, and we turn that pond into a usable area for the residents. I mean,
Doesn't help the rest.
that's true. It does help our renters. It is true. It provides the people
and that helps the
that
community.
are looking for a place to live. It's okay. I'm not going to try to convince, you know, any individual that they should approve it or not. I'm just telling you the facts. That's all I'm doing. It's okay. But I think it's an appropriate time to go over this. You guys have a something called an affordable housing program. And Abraham was kind enough to go over this with the P and Z. You didn't discuss it tonight, and that's okay. Because I looked at it, and here's what it says. You guys have financial incentives for developers who ensure more than 50, that ensure that more than 15% of the affordable housing. Well, let me see here. Applying extension. So essentially, and you guys help me out here a little bit. Tell me if I'm correct or not. Basically, for every unit over 15% in a project, which we have 85%, we're 100% affordable. But for a studio, you'll pay $40,000 to the developer, and for a one-bedroom unit, you will pay $60,000. And when you do the math on that, it's around $9 million. Now, there's no money in that fund. But we're not asking you to give us any money, even if the money was there. I mean, I think we can build this. But then it says, these incentive values also apply for the extension of affordability in increments of 25 years. So really, it's 18 million. Now, again, there's no money in this fund. You've got 2 or 3 funds. There's that fund. I don't know. You guys know better than I do.
I could go.
William.
I wrote it also.
Yeah. Do you mind explaining that to them?
And
Because
maybe-
again,
I think what I'm hearing is that to put in perspective, if a commercial developer was to build a building of moderately similar size and commit to to sign up for our program, or that I guess I have to, for some of the affordable, I think what I'm hearing suggested is that we would be putting, because of the rules we've already written, we'd be putting some money into that project to help achieve that end of affordable housing. Is that?
It's a mutually negotiated process. If the commission wished that a project would be more than 15% affordable and the developer were open to it, the payment amounts that he mentioned are correct, but they're also based on a percentage of AMI, area median income. So I think it's actually already gone up a little bit more. I believe the studio is almost at 42,000 now based on the latest AMI that I saw. And so that would be your negotiated. Also, how our affordable housing program works, and 15% of the project already has to comply to this, is that at the 25-year mark, you can decide, and this was Commissioner Stokes and I worked this out, is that a way to keep the project affordable for a longer period of time. And so at the 25-year mark, if the commission has the money in the will, they have the first right of refusal to pay the developer an amount to keep it affordable for another 25 years.
What I'm looking to get an idea is this approach, which brings it into the city, taps into some outside funding, lets us build 100% affordable within the building. And but they're saying, look, things are pretty tight on construction costs. Can you help us by waiving some of the fees that we normally have? And I'm saying, okay, let's put that in perspective. If we were dealing with a commercial developer, market rate developer, would we be looking at, in one or another way, a similar cost, whether we put it in or whether we forego it somehow or other, that's in the ballpark of similar, or it might even be higher in terms of this project builds 100% affordable and the other one is 15 or 30 or something like that.
The same size project with the same number of units and the same requisite sustainable bonus and transfer development right program contribution, the numbers would be exactly the same. Where it would be different is if the market rate developer agreed with you all to make the project more than 15% affordable, and that's where you would kick in. And the numbers he's mentioning are pretty spot on, between $8.5 and $9.5 million. If we had a market rate person building the same project and you all wanted all of it to be affordable as he's proposing versus only 15% of it.
So it sounds like the answer to my question is that if we were trying to achieve, I forget the number of units, 170 or something, that number of units, and we had the option of doing it with a commercial market rate developer or with this proposal, it would actually cost us more to achieve that number of affordable units than doing it this way.
If the
By quite a
commission
bit,
agreed to it,
sounds like.
yes.
So in that sense, the idea of, hey, we're giving away money, we're giving the development money, I think is probably not really a fully accurate characterization of it. We are foregoing some money that our rules would normally bring into us, but this is not a market rate normal type development. So that's just.
Let me just,
I want to say, Madam Clerk, how are we doing for time? I'm getting a little nervous about the 30-minute rule.
Way over that.
Well,
What?
your guys' presentations didn't count.
No, I understand that. I
No.
realize that, but we're getting pretty long.
The discussion, you have 10 minutes and 32 seconds left. I started when you all started to discuss. The
Yeah.
presentation
let
didn't
me-
count.
We all have a few comments. I'll keep mine. Let's keep it a little short.
let me make a quick suggestion. Here's my suggestion, and one, Commissioner Malega, with all due respect, SB 102 isn't the reason we decided to go to two buildings. SB 102 can't even get us there. It can't. We have to go through this process we're going through. Secondly, I didn't know about the incentive programs and the costs and all that. I didn't even know about it when we spoke the first time. I'm certain of that because I don't even understand it now. But that being said, that said, the last thing we can do though is take it 100% of two phases and load it like under one. I mean, I know for sure. Well, what's the total amount? It was 600 and something thousand. It was
612,000.
It's almost 700,000
okay
between
for both.
development right program and the sustainable bonus.
If the commission just can't get to the point where they can waive 100% of that, then I would just respectfully ask that we pay it on a per phase basis, because to load it all into one phase I already know would be very difficult. It would negate everything that we're getting from the CRA. And one more quick question, William. Where does that money go? Is it now used for affordable housing for future developments, or does it go into the general fund, or where does it go?
They are both independent managed funds.
Okay.
Money that goes into the sustainable bonus program can go into anything that's related to infrastructure or planning that increases the sustainability of the city, inclusive of affordable or workforce housing. The transfer development right program is a separate fund as well. It can only be spent on infrastructure and the attainment of affordable housing.
Okay, so the city can use it. Okay, so that's just my suggestion.
Now, where staff has been is that the sustainable bonus payments, in order for a project to get its permit, must be paid at the time of the permit application. However, the transfer development right program is a limited bank of rights. So the projects that have asked for those have had to pay them to invest their entitlement, because it may come down the road when they decide to choose to pay for them. We've sold them all. So two projects have paid those. So that's 140. Yes, that's $150,000. So, my suggestion would be that where you are is that you hold fast on paying the transfer development rights to vest the project. And then as the numbers come along, I think it's totally appropriate that the developer could come back to you and say, you ask for the sustainable bonus to be paid. We'll have that number. If his numbers don't work out, then come back and ask for some sort of waiver. I would ask the developer too, if the city were to waive a portion of a sustainable bonus payment, would it not look like the city had actually contributed money that would help your chances in the lottery?
I don't think.
No,
the
we can't.
lottery is straight lottery. It's
No,
not-
it says the CRA money help, but.
Just the CRA money.
CRA money help and the city's money wouldn't.
Because the city could give us the local government area of opportunity funding. They can do that. The CRA has already done it.
That's what I'm saying, is that the sustainable bonus money could be utilized to meet that. It would be sort of like, I don't want to say a shell game, but it's like, imagine this: the developer writes the check and we write a check back to him. is kind of how it works. And that's why we changed a while ago that the TDR and the sustainable bonus always allowed workforce housing. And then we changed it when you came into office to be allowed to be supportive of affordable housing. And then we just recently changed the transfer development right program to be supportive of both affordable and workforce housing as well.
Okay, we have such limited time. I'm going to ask and I think that could we vote on the approval of all the other stuff, right? And reserve on the question of the money.
To second read or forever?
I think except for the transfer development right money, $151,000
lower.
would need to be paid to vest the project to ensure those development rights were there unless you were waived that fee. The sustainable bonus, we can wait and see how his performer goes, and you can come back and ask for a reduction or similar when he gets his numbers. And it could be paid in 2 different increments. For phase 1, there's a number, and there's phase 2, there's also a number.
Yeah, that was what I was looking at. I mean, just, I share, we need every dollar we can get. We all do, and we understand that you do too.
Totally.
So we have probably 8 minutes left. If we have like 8, do your best, really good. 2 people took 20 minutes, so we're left with the scraps.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Abraham. This is like the first presentation I think I've seen of you, so thank you and welcome. Good job. I'll be probably the only one up here who definitely appreciates parking reduction asks, and especially when you bring in the ELI category, I think the numbers just make sense to me. Of that being said, could you go to the slide that breaks down the cost, like some of it will be paid, some of it will be in project? There's
The sustainable
bonus slide.
Well, since half of it is a dollar amount to you.
Yeah.
The other half of the total can be met with a combination of green building standards and affordable housing. Since the project is 100% affordable, it kind of meets the 50% requirement of all of it. And they've also thrown in a couple of things in terms of amenities for their residents.
And that was the question. It's limited to the amenities of the residents who will be Lake Worth residents, but it's not factoring in, like, I do take issue with the description public open space. It's not public. I mean, you can potentially make the argument that the shade along Dixie will be used by people who are walking on the sidewalk, but technically what you're working on ends at the sidewalk. So it's still not public. So that half of the 50% of the work being done, it's just for residents. Does that also include like the undergrounding on the alley and things like that? Okay.
Anything required by code does not count.
Okay.
And just the provision of the affordable housing alone would meet the 50% requirement.
Right. Okay.
Combining it with the Florida Green Building, they've actually doubled up.
Yeah.
They're providing twice. We can ignore the public open space. If he were to do Palm Tran station in front, pay for that, then that would count.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm in the same way, I like the project, but I would like to talk about the numbers, if you will, later on.
Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I would like to support this project financially if we can. And my thought was the lesser of the 2 is the transfer of development rights. So I was thinking we could waive that for 152, which is barely anything. If we were to buy down units, we would not get that many units for $152,000. And it would only be for 25 years, I believe. So if we waived the transfer of development rights, then they're automatically vested and they don't have to worry about coming up with that money right away for both phases.
Yeah. Because
We gave them that opportunity to be vested the second we waived those. And then with the sustainable bonus, which is the larger, the 460, we could hold on to that. And then if you don't get year 1, and you do get year 2 and costs have come back, you can come back to us and ask for that to be waived, correct?
Correct. Or reduced.
Or reduced. So that's kind of where I'm feeling right now, is to get them in the door, get our commitment to them, get them vested in this project and waive the TDRs and then leave that sustainable bonus as we see what the actual costs are going to be coming down.
So you're saying tonight, vote to waive the 151,947?
I would, yes. If
And
that's.
Does that work with what you were saying?
It can work, sure.
Yeah, okay.
We're very creative. We can make things.
And it doesn't compromise their potential of getting the Florida you know,
Okay. Are there washer and dryers in the units?
We do provide washers and dryers. It's not required. Hookups are required. Most of the developers do not require
In the
them.
unit, each one has,
Each unit will have a washer and a dryer, yes.
and they are pet friendly.
With their pet friendly, yes,
Dogs can you have never.
I think it's 20 pounds worth.
Okay, and I also realized while I'm sitting here, I should disclose I have no financial interest in it, but the seller of the property, the current owner of the property is a former client and friend of 25 years now, Mr. Spiro. So I just wanted to put that out there in case anybody wondered, but I'm getting no financial help because of that. I want to support the project. I have the same concerns about getting money. I mean, we are an
Understood.
impoverished little city.
I understand.
So, but I could live with the 151 now and dose. Okay, so, the parking worries me, but I trust you to know what you're talking about. We're sort of on opposite ends of that one.
can I throw in one 10-second question?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay, the windows open, they're functional windows, right? It's not like a hotel where you go and you can't open the window.
Windows too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is it awful? You go on the.
Scared me first.
They have to be per code
No, they.
Okay,
because they're a means of egress.
so they can jump out the fourth
No,
floor
the
window.
fire
That's
truck brings a ladder and takes the person away.
one real
Very
quick one.
exciting.
Yeah.
One real quick one.
Even if you don't have this answer now and for the next time, how do you find your tenants? Is it open market or do you work with local groups who can, you know, have placement programs for our residents?
I believe it's mostly open market, but I think there are some agencies that we work with.
Yeah, there's placement for the ELIs.
Yeah.
There's, I don't remember the one in Orlando, but there's one down here, I think in Palm Beach, that they source out the residents for those particular income brackets.
And it would be first pick, but it would be county, not necessarily Lake Worth or
Well,
people.
keep in mind the CRA is putting in money and they have a whole string of connections to affordable housing providers and nonprofits. And I'm sure Ms. Oliva and her team could fill that building up
Tomorrow.
today if it were available.
I mean, the thought that people, once you get past the time where you want to have a house to maintain, will have a place to age out in Lake Worth is a fairly exciting, concept.
Yeah. That's what typically
So
happens.
we don't, so we don't have to like move out to some weird HOA desert west of Congress Avenue. Do we have a motion? We have a public comment, and Ramsey is our public comment. You are the only one, as far as I know. Shayla, do you have a comment from anybody?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Ramsey, you're up. I know, it's a long night. We're not even done yet.
Way too much math for this old head.
Yeah, really.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I have been to the meetings on this proposed development, and myself and Sarah strongly, I recommended he speak to Captain Bear because of the security concerns I had for these individuals since it's 55 plus. I have some real concerns about the breakdowns of the buildings. When we go to affordable housing, it's, 30% of the median age is going to be for the extremely low income. When you start doing the math, out of 8 studios, that's 2.4 apartments for those individuals. And then when you get to the larger number, it's even less. So where are the extremely low income people really going to find housing in a project like this? And there's only 8 studio apartments in phase 1, and there's none in phase 2. I would like to see a better balance. If you're going to start taking 1,600 square foot 1-bedroom apartments and make them smaller, which creates more apartments, which you get the density. This proposal is great. We want to support it, but it's chipping away at all the bonuses from sustainability program. But he's getting away with a lot of the gimmies of it. He wants less landscaping. I'm really not into that. Moving it from the buffer zone from 5 feet to 3 feet, that puts them almost on top of that one little property there that has not been included in the parcel because they haven't responded. I mean, when you start nickel and diming me on the landscaping, that's going to impact everybody. And the parking, that's ridiculous. We're going from 262 required spaces down to 123. Now, I know under affordable housing, he can go down to as far as 197 spaces. That's only a loss of 65 spaces. Down to 123, that's 139 parking spaces we're giving up. 65 I can live with. He's trying to put in.
That's time.
That's time. That's time. Sorry, Mr. McLeod.
Go on the money.
And I have said I have the same concerns about parking.
It's not gonna work. There's not even.
Okay, thank you. From their experience, they say it does, so I really, I can't really speak to that. Is there any chance of putting in some more parking?
The opportunity would be if we can convert that retention area to usable space other than stormwater. And I mean, we can look into it. Look, we don't want to have too few parking spaces. It's the last thing we want. It doesn't help us. We know how many we need. I'll tell you what, between now, we have to meet again, right?
Right.
I will dig in a little bit more into the properties that we have. And I will physically go look at some of them.
Okay.
And, and I look at 3 or 4 of them, I look at them regularly. But I will do that because I do understand the concern. It's just a bad thing to not have enough parking.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's the half-hour mark.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm just dying to know what you were gonna ask.
It's just the Lakewood Tower that's running in my head.
Oh, okay.
And there's several other projects that are very commensurate to it on there too in Lakewood and downtown West Palm Beach. And more than half the residents there don't have a car. That's St. Andrews and St. Edwards, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
One caveat about your vote is that I'll have to get the city attorney, but there is a 2-step process for abandonment, which cannot be done today. So if you approve the project, we'll have to come back with an item with notice of abandonment. It has to be advertised, and then that portion of the 2 rights of way will have to be abandoned prior to your being able to approve it on second reading.
Okay.
Is that going to work with your lottery timing and all that stuff?
Probably will. So in other words, it'll be not the
We're
second
gonna
reading.
shoot for having your second reading on the and second meeting in September, which is, I don't remember what date that is. I think it's saying
I think
The 19th.
19.
of September.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean,
The other caveat would be that we take care of the abandonment, the approvals contingent upon the commission approving at a later date, the abandonment. We could do the abandonment process in October, but we'd have to get through that.
And I'm thinking if we're conceptually voting that we agree with it, it's not, I would hope that none of us came back and said, aha, I've got you. We
By
want to abandon it.
Weirder things have happened in Lake Worth Beach, but we're gonna keep our fingers crossed, and if you approve it, then we'll move forward.
Okay, so give us the language for that.
But you don't have to really have any language. What? In the motion. Let's propose your second meeting is going to be at 19th, and we'll try to get it done with that time. And if not, then we'll do it in October, the abandonment portion.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do the notice of abandonment on the 19th.
Okay. Whatever works.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve with the TDR. TDR, right?
The one.
As a government, right?
We're gonna leave that.
That one, we don't waive, no, we do waive that one. And there was something else way earlier in the discussion that we were supposed to bring back at item C, which is this one, to add to the language.
That was the public comment from a gentleman that was applicable to item C, but it was given under item A.
But there was something that came up that we were supposed to add into the motion from, I don't remember what it was. Is there something we're forgetting? Yes, no?
No, Ramsey McLeod was the only C.
Do we have to include any additional conditions of approval, or is that all of these
Order
conditions?
The ordinance numbers, and so they're now, you're approving 16 after 17 and 18. It's like,
Right.
makes sense, but
Yeah.
yeah, we took care of that.
Okay. So I move for approval with the PDR wavered. And I guess with the sustainable bonus that we would split that into the two phases.
No, we're not
We'll look
talking
at it.
about that tonight.
Yeah, we'll
Okay, leave that off then. Do I need anything else? Is that about right?
I think that's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna take a little quick break.
Yes.
We'll be back as ASAP. It's been 3.5 hours almost.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, you're muted. The chambers is muted.
What?
I can hear you now. Perfect.
Chambers, well, please. People
Madam
would be so
Mayor,
disappointed.
9:32 and we are reconvened.
Let us know when you're ready.
I am ready now.
Okay, thank you.
Before you all start with the next item, I would like to ask for a motion to extend the meeting, please.
Motion to extend the meeting
Second.
To 11.
to 11.
Appreciate it. Is there a second? I'm sorry, who was the second?
Who was the second?
I did.
Okay, who was the first? Who made the motion?
I did.
Commissioner Stokes, okay. Just because we passed this doesn't mean we have to, get there.
Right.
So now we are talking, this is an update and discussion on the conceptual design for the beach complex pool. Madam City Manager, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can ask Madam Clerk, can you bring up my slide presentation? It won't take but about an hour to go through it.
IT has it for you there. City
She's
Manager.
such a kidder.
Just making sure everyone's all ready. Thank you so much. Thank
Isn't your
you.
review coming up? Just saying.
Well, in that case, it'll be 10 minutes.
There
How
you go.
about that? Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. We will be talking about the conceptual design and program for the beach complex. As you know, there has been much discussion on this matter and a number of conceptual designs presented to the commission and to the community. Tonight's no exception. But what I would like for us to do tonight is to continue that discussion. However, focus on the activities and programming of the pool, as well as the conceptual design that was birthed from those activities and programs to accommodate the community's needs for this updated pool concept. So as you know, in December 6th, you had a discussion regarding the last design. And of course, at that time, we felt like that the concept could be updated to better reflect the ideas and concepts and activities and programs of the commission. And at that time, we also had community input. Prior to that, the commission had one-on-one meetings with our consultant, CPZ Architects, which Mr. Zimmerman is here today. And you all had that one-on-one discussion. So today, what I will be bringing to you is not only a concept, but program and activities that were developed based on the common concepts and discussions that you had with CPC, with your one-on-one meetings, and also information from the December 6th pool discussion. So Madam Clerk, if you can go to the next page, next slide.
And the plan that we'll be seeing tonight is also reflective of the comments / criticisms that came out when we had Mr. Zimmerman here the last time.
Absolutely. So it's the combination of your one-on-one discussions with him concerning your thoughts about the concept of the pool design, as well as activities for the pool, and then also the discussions that were had at that meeting and the comments made by the commission and the public. So tonight's,
This is an action item though, because I see approve or disapprove, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So as you see on the slide, the purpose of this discussion is one, to get your approval or disapproval or for the updated pool program activities and design concept. And following that, upon that approval, we will move forward to determine operational maintenance and construction costs, and then also determine finance options. Next slide. So let's first talk about the pool design and programs. And I want to remind ourselves that we have 30 minutes for the discussion. So we've had much discussion about this pool. So I will quickly go through the results of my reviewing your comments and the information from the last commission, which brings us to this number one goal for tonight, to determine the pool design and programs, the pool design concept. So from my review of your comments, the public's comments, some of the pool design concepts that were brought forth was that the pool should be rectangular, multifunctional, be a tourist attraction at some level, tropical, artsy, include a tiki bar and cabanas. So at the last discussion, the community also supported that on the most part. And as you can see next to the pool design concept, next to the different concepts for that pool, you see the actual concept. So you see a pool that range from a depth of 3 feet to 6 feet. And then at the lower end, you'll see the dark blue area is a 10-foot area, which is a diving area in the pool. So this pool is designed to allow multifunctional activities. Could you go to the next slide? So based on the programs, we've created, well, Mr. Zimmerman presented this concept to accommodate the programs for the pool, which would include water aerobics, water sports activities, such as water basketball, volleyball, swimming and diving lessons, lap lanes, diving, splash pad activities for all ages, food and drinks, and the last area says events and hangout areas, and movies and a hangout area. So these are the programs that I've heard not only from the commission, but from the public to create a pool to accommodate these programs. And so the concept that you see before you, which is purely conceptual at this point, but it gives you a picture of what a pool could look like to accommodate these type of programs. Of course, we cannot accommodate all programs, but certainly this has captured most of the programming that could take place in this pool. So it's certainly multifunctional. And as you can see, a splash pad is added in this concept. The splash pad is on the exterior of the pool. And the purpose of that was to be able to allow access for water activities without having to pay, to make it affordable. So certainly that there are options how we can work with that. So I'm not going to take a lot of time because we talked about designs and concepts. You've seen quite a bit. The purpose of this is to really compile the commonalities of your discussions. Of course, we can't do 100% of everything, but certainly we can get the biggest bang for our buck. And so tonight, I really need to understand your thoughts about this concept and the programs and activities. Hopefully we hit the mark as far as that concern. Once we solidify the programs and activities, we are now able to move forward to determine the cost, because I know that is the biggest issue that we have right now. Understanding how much would this pool cost, what are our financial needs? And so in order to determine the operational and maintenance costs, we first need to know, what are we working with? What do we need to do? It's similar to if you ask me to build you a house, you want a house built. Only way I can build that house and give you the cost of the house is until you tell me what you want. Do you want 1-story house, 2-story house, attached garage, unattached garage? I need the parameters. I need the elements that you would like built in that home in order to determine a cost. And the same concept is here. What programs do you want? Then we'll determine the type of pool we need to design, and we can tell you the operational and maintenance costs as well as the construction costs. And then from there, we'll determine the financial needs and the different options to meet the financial needs.
Do you feel like I mean, we have given you quite a list of things, activities that we'd like to see.
Absolutely.
Would it be fruitful at all or helpful to make us narrow that down even more? Or is this not enough to go forward?
This is enough to go forward. As a matter of fact, this is a well-rounded recreational pool that appears to address the community needs. It's multifunctional. It allows for activities. Beyond this, it was mentioned we want events and be a hangout, an area where you can have movies. We want to have summer camps. We want to have different activities for all ages. And we can also, as you can see, we have the swimming lanes for swimming exercises and also training. And we also have the diving area for other, because we heard from people talking about scuba diving and learning how to dive. And this will provide that opportunity for the swimming lessons and diving lessons. So in my opinion, this has captured the conversations that I've heard. And so the goal is to get over this hurdle and to lock in what those programs are so that we can now move forward to the financial piece of this project.
Okay, I also want to point out, if you look at the diagram up there, the red outline, just to get a concept of size, the red outline is the current outline of the pool itself.
That is
so
correct.
This concept is much, it's a smaller pool, but more decking for activities.
Exactly. So the red dotted line is our existing pool footprint. And so you'll see that the pool is smaller than the current pool footprint, but like you said, it provides decking because we may we have flexibility to have the hangout activities on the site. You do see to your right on the screen, that's the food pavilion area. To the south, you have public bathrooms and lifeguard offices. To the left, you'll see the changing area and restrooms for the pool complex.
I also want to point out that with our new plan for the lifeguard station, to have it on, we're getting a building for itself, would eliminate this from the need to do it there.
Possibly.
Okay.
We will look into that.
Okay.
Once we understand where we are with this, as well as how we move forward with that project, we could work how we modify those two buildings.
Okay, Commissioner Stokes, I believe your light was on first.
Yep, I'm going to keep it brief. I know that this is an area that there's differences, but I am against having a splash pad on the exterior of the pool because we already have a playground across the street. And I think dividing families up between 3 different locations, one which is there's a barrier between them for paid admission, and the other one, the barrier between them is a road. So I'm against that splash pad being on the outside of the pool. I've said that before. I don't like the idea of having a family that has to choose between a 4-year-old who wants to go to splash pad and an 8-year-old who wants to go into the pool. I think that's going to be a hassle, especially with the playground across the street as well. The other thing that, the alternate place for the lifeguard. I would say as far as priorities go, the diving board, I would love to have everything for everybody, but the diving board does make
It's not a diving board.
There would be a diving board next to that.
No.
No?
It's a deep pool.
This is just a pool.
I went in our one-on-one, I asked if we were having diving boards there. So there's no diving boards there.
Correct.
It's just for scuba diving.
At this point, yes.
Okay.
For swimming in deep water, if you want to just go and swim.
So if it's just a deep, big hole, then if you're looking for approval, of course, it's contingent on cost. How much extra is it to dig a deeper hole and to fill it with more water and maintain it and staff it with lifeguards? So that, obviously you're going to put money towards operations after this, but I think we'll have another phase after we see whatever all these features are going to cost us to maintain and build. And then the other thing is I really don't know what kind of, I'd like to see more about the summer camp activities that can happen here. And there's all sorts of things that are available now that weren't available when I was a kid, like portable rock climbing walls, portable obstacle courses, volleyball, basketball. And I don't know, I just want assurance that it's going to fit in that space. So I think during the summer, we really need to maximize this for our summer camps and our kids that are here, and when it's not tourist season. So I'm a little concerned. If I had to choose between scuba diving and more summer camp exciting programs, I would lean more towards the summer camp activities. If it comes down to having to make those priorities, if we can't be everything to everybody. And those are my overall comments.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Malega was next.
Gonna keep it brief. I am all about the 10-foot diving area because we do have a beautiful ocean right off our coastline, and people need to learn how to be PADI certified. But I'm also in favor of kids having summer camp programs. We need to focus on teaching people how to swim. So this is a great pool concept for what we have to work with. My concern, and what I mentioned to you, City Manager Davis a couple weeks ago, was having the splash pad outside and close to the road. Not a fan of that. I mentioned John Prince Park has a splash pad and a playground right next to each other, which is very conducive for parents. So if we're going to keep the splash pad outside, which I think is great for people who don't have the funds to go into the pool, or don't want to take their only 2-year-old into the pool, if we can move the splash pad and the park playground area to the corner that's green in the little section down there, I think that would be the safest place for the kids to be, is away from the roads and away from people who are just walking by randomly. Otherwise, I'm in favor if this gets us one step closer, and let's start pounding for the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I think you were next.
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand as well that this concept drawing is not set in stone. There's definitely flexibility available. So I wouldn't focus on like the number of seats that are drawn in there and whatnot. I think it's also really important to think about some of these programs as not just inside the pool, but for example, the dive training. As somebody who used to be a dive guide, and I used to work at a place that was fairly historic before we got knocked down, was the scuba club. And one of the novelty things was we had a deep pool that we taught people how to scuba dive, and that included kids too. You have to be 12, although now I think it's a little bit younger.
Junior water, open water, PADI certified.
Yeah,
Myself.
I think they go
12.
Yeah, it's so you can start them pretty young.
Years ago it was.
And what I'm getting at is like, it's not just limited to this 10-foot section. I'd always encourage people to look at, and we are working towards hopefully one day having like a live streaming camera underneath the pier. But I encourage looking at what it looks like under our pier. And if you're not a diver, you're not a snorkeler, you've never seen it, there's videos out there from wildlife photographers in our area who cover it, and it's ridiculous. It really is next level. And I think if we tied it all together, it would be a really successful destination. So it's really important to look at that in the overall, as well as the upstairs of our casino. And all these things are going to work together to really become something special. And I think it's a good start. I have kind of the same concerns with the splash pad. I've always had concerns with our playground being so close to the road. Somehow it has worked over the years, and but when new equipment is on the way, so finding that flexibility I think is great. And when we talk about the numbers and we put these, the finances together, I would like to see maybe a couple of options like in that regard. And also I'm still not convinced on the food pavilion. I see the 2 food trucks and I still feel like that boardwalk, if you will, where the splash pad is drawn in, if we did that as like crushed shell rock or something with some, shore power breakout boxes or whatever, you can fit a number of food trucks on there so that we don't have to build a kitchen and we can just invite food trucks to bring their kitchens towards us. And hopefully that would cut back on the costs and just little things like that. But overall, it's a great start. And the December meeting was super helpful. It was quite the task to cut through so many asks. And I think this does a good job of that.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chairman Floyd.
Thank you. One thing just for perspective, there's a scale on the drawing, but the existing pool, which is the red dashed outline, is, according to my notes, 75 by 165. I measured it once with Google Earth, probably plus or minus a couple feet, but probably not far off. So that gives an idea. The length of the swim lanes is
75.
Is less than 78, so 75 is less. In terms of process, one of the things that would help me is, and it's unfortunate that we're this late in the evening, because I know that Sally Welch was here earlier, that we get some feedback from people who are well experienced. Is the 75 feet, is that a reasonable distance for swimming laps? I have no idea. That's not my area of knowledge. But
I've asked, and it's.
okay, good. That's good to hear.
Yes, yeah, I asked too.
The same kind of question in my mind applies for the 10-foot area. I've also been years ago, but I did snorkel around the pier one time, and it was, and it's not my knowledge area either, but it was amazing. It was, and so the concept of getting more diving to happen, I'm fully in favor of that. What I would like to have is somebody who teaches scuba diving, look at that and say, that's big enough, it's not big enough, whatever. I don't have a way to evaluate that wise. On the splash pad, as I look at this, I'm thinking of the day that I spent at the Venetian pool down in Coral Gables, taking 300 pictures. And one of the big things was that there were different elevations. There were areas that had tables and things that parents could, and areas that you could sit with your feet in the water. Parents could be doing that. And there were a variety of depths that kids could be doing different things, but the parents could see them all the time. And so I think the concept of the splash pad outside, I understand the economic aspect. I would say move the splash pad way away from this thing, put it somewhere else, kind of like it is at Johnson Park. Deal with that economic access aspect, but deal with it as a separate deal, not breaking up the families as was suggested earlier. On the food pavilion part, I don't remember who I had discussions with recently, but I've seen them and taken pictures of them in various communities. Food carts, food truck is a possibility, but there are also smaller versions, almost food carts. And I totally agree with the idea. Let's not us be the builders of the kitchen and a constructed space. Provide the crushed rock works for me. Some sort of a base, some power outlets, and let it diversify. I think the advantage to making it lower key and having it be more entrepreneurial is, small cart comes up and does Thai food, and Thai food is a hit for a month, and then people don't like it, and it's time to try something different. You haven't put a lot of infrastructure in it. You've simply created the setting that different entrepreneurs can try them, and eventually we'll find out what works well there, or maybe it changes every couple of years, And also having it be smaller, the carts kind of idea or the food trucks it lets you have more diversity in food. So you might have one truck that has tacos. I'll bet you will have tacos. Somebody else has pupusas, somebody has Vietnamese food, who knows what it is. but leave more opportunity for diversity there, I think. And it leaves also more diversity of costs, which I think is one of the concerns that we have at the beach now, is that you can eat at the beach, but you better bring your gold bullion to many of the places. So I had a principal tell me recently that, yeah, going to some of the places there now is out of the range for her family's budget. So then for me, again, I'm thinking of the Venetian pool, thinking of some of the other things that I showed pictures of a while back. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about the price tag is 16 million, which we don't have anything like 16 million. And I'm looking at it and I'm not really seeing artsy or attraction. I'm not seeing unusualness particularly to it. I'm seeing a little bit of, the opening to the west for the sunset viewing. Seems like a good idea, but that's a natural phenomenon. But in terms of a created space that's unusual, I'm not seeing that really there. And my thought has always been, we don't have the money. We're going to have to come up with the money by borrowing grants, who knows what sort of way, inspiring somebody to donate big chunks or multiple people to donate. I would say, don't hold back on imagination of what you build. Use that as your attractor for the funding.
Well, Vice Mayor, those are good comments. And so keep in mind, this is the concept, so you won't see the full fruition of the creativeness, the artsiness, the details of the development, because this is just the concept. So focusing on the programs, focusing on the type of pool or shape of the pool to accommodate those programs is the key that we're really trying to solidify today. And those details of artsiness and creativity certainly comes later when we pull together the design of the pool in this final stage.
And for me, it's and those are good responses, I think. For me, the unusual part and things won't be so much the pool. The pool is probably, as long as some people give us the feedback that, that's big enough for doing the diving, teaching or whatever. Somebody else evaluates that, who knows? I don't have a big problem with the pool itself. To me, the creative part was always going to be, what do you do with the space around the pool?
Absolutely.
Just a flat deck. Are you going to do some topography to it? Are you going to do some different things happening on it? Are you creating some outdoor spaces that can be things that hold a group together? I'm not seeing yet.
Okay, thank you very much. You finished? Are you?
I feel like you're rushing a little bit,
Well,
but please. So, yeah, that's generally my comments.
okay, thank you very much. I have a few comments. As far as the splash pad, my concept was the splash pad because you come after work, the placement of the splash pad is not important to me. I just feel that it's important to have it outside so that instead of going up and you have to schlep all your stuff and it's a pool and the kids, you just go up at the end of the day, your kids can run in the water and get wet. And it's not a big investment. And whether it's near the, again, the placement's not important, but I thought it was important that you could go and get wet and refresh, even if you didn't go into the pool. And to me, that was a more egalitarian approach towards it. The concept of the, whether that's a food pavilion, again, these are the things that will be value engineered as we go through the process.
Yes.
Whether it's blue tile or green tile or a little raised platform, again, that's all going to be value engineered. Essentially, what we're talking about is what we asked for was a rectangular pool full of water.
And multifunctional.
A multifunctional rectangular pool full of water.
Motion to approve the concept.
Do I have a second?
Public comment.
Public comment, you're rushing things.
Yeah.
You can make a motion and a second.
Okay, and then we're gonna have public comment. Sorry, so do I have it's getting late, kids. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, now, public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do, Madam Mayor. I have two in here.
Okay, well, we're gonna do the in-person ones first, because they've sat here so well for the whole time.
And we're going to talk process and funding.
Yes, so Madam Clerk, if you can go to the last slide. So the second goal, upon approval of the pool program, we will move forward to determine the operational costs, maintenance costs, construction costs, and then move into finance options. And so, do you like my dollars?
Yeah, they're cute. Okay, so public comment.
So
Don,
that's what we will eventually go to the next step after this meeting.
Don,
But not
Rosen-
like a year from now, right?
No, ma'am, I don't think you'll let me do that.
this train is getting on the track.
Are we
Yeah.
keeping all of that internal or are we gonna hire a professional to help us figure out who our
Yes,
public-private
we're-
partnerships could be to help us navigate from this point through completion?
Absolutely. So not only with that, with the operational and maintenance costs, we may consider getting consultant help to determine that.
People that know how to do it.
Yes, and then also we're gonna pull together all financial options with that as well.
Break up the piggy banks.
Absolutely.
Bake sale. Okay, public comment. Don Rosenshine, followed by Elizabeth Flynn.
Madam Clerk, you can remove the
Yeah, let's get back,
presentation.
let's get personal. Let's get back to it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Don Rosenshine, 131 North Caulfield Road.
Madam Clerk, are you gonna go back to the room view? Although we love seeing your face.
There she.
Yeah, we want people to see the folks. That blue one up the corner. Yeah. We're not using your time, Mr. Rosen.
I did, are,
No, we're not.
I, can you hear me? Because I can't hear me. I can't hear anything.
No, you're good.
Okay,
We're fine.
we're fine.
Okay.
Listen, let's assume from our March meeting with you,
Speak into
Mayor,
that mic though.
up or down. Don't take the time away. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you state your name and address, please?
What, Madam Clerk? Name and address. Your name and address first.
Don Rosenshine, 131 North Caulfield Road, Unit 3. Okay. Lake Worth Beach. When you and I met in March, we had some understanding it was $6 million. Well, if you don't want to agree with that, that's fine. I can show,
We were told there was, but there wasn't.
I didn't hear that.
We were told when we were elected that there was $6 million.
Well, I can show it to you later. All I want to say to you is if you can start with 6 million, presuppose it. Okay. We have money problems. All right. So how do we get there? Here's how you get there. First of all, CPC's been okay. I've seen their stuff for 4 years. But the real elephant in the room is that all the components of this pool have always been overpriced and overbuilt. So I'm going to try to find you some money. And I don't want to sound glib. And you can challenge me. Okay. I don't care. Lifeguard office. $1,200,000, 1,600 feet. In 2019, we had it at $200,000 and 900 feet. Oh, 900 square feet. Okay. I think he got 430,000. It was 675, so it's moved down to 430. You want to ask me a question?
No.
Oh,
I'm listening intently.
Yeah. This is really important. The eatery, it's a small casual eatery. We want people to be able to eat on the boardwalk for about $10 or $12 for lunch, 15, not 20 or 30 or 40. It's a small snack eatery. Let a local restaurateur build that out. Consider that. Okay. Now, an administrative office, for what? We have in the lifeguard office, we have computers and desks. Okay. You don't have to spend $267,000 for an administrative office. The proposed changing rooms, the public bathrooms, you're spending money on public bathrooms that have nothing.
Thank you, that's time.
That's your time. I'm sorry, Richard. And you know,
Okay,
you
I'm
and
gonna,
I will talk more.
Yeah.
just want to share one, no,
You really can't. Sorry.
okay.
Thank
Use your pencils. It's 3 or 4
And
million
as
here.
you probably heard, we're all going to be talking about the money. With none of that.
I like to help you.
Okay, Elizabeth Flynn, thank you. And then Anna Maria. Good evening. Good evening.
I thought I'd never get here.
You're really.
I don't, I'm just gonna keep it short and sweet. I've said everything millions of times, written quite a few letters. I just want to put up a good rally call for the pool. I think we need something fun and exciting in this world.
Sorry, name and address, please.
Oh, sorry.
I knew I was.
Go ahead.
15 South Gulfview Road, number 203. Elizabeth Flynn.
Yeah.
I sort of myself, I wasn't going to do that. So while this was a couple of weeks ago on the opinion page of the New York Times, and I wanted to show you how beautiful the water looks. But what I really want to say is why it's so important. And it's a national health crisis. We have over 10 million private pools in the United States of America, and only 309,000 public pools, which includes high schools. It includes condominiums. So it's leaving a really lot of people out. And there's a large portion of our population across the United States of America that can't swim. And this is happening all across America. This is not about Florida. So if everyone wants to talk to me, I'll be available. But the most beloved public pools, when they receive good investment, attract Americans of many backgrounds, creating a space for people to swim and play together who may not otherwise interact.
Bingo.
Okay? That's why we need the pool. That's why we need the pool. Like libraries and parks, they are an essential piece of social infrastructure in democracy. You have to give people a place where they feel like they belong, and they have some sense of trust and faith in the government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Maria. And then up Todd Townsend. And then Ginny Powell. Two. And then Ginny Powell.
Anna Maria Windish Hunt, 404 South C Street. I was before this in 2 minutes wasn't enough. So I write a blog called Art Dazzle Lake Worth. And you should go to November the 8th, 2021. I have 7 images there of what the pool should be, could be. I'm tourist oriented. And I don't want good enough for government work. That would just kill me. I went to a library and I created this. I can't believe I did it. This should be our east wall where people from inside the pool can see what's going on in the beach, and the people coming to the beach can see what's happening in the pool. Putting the entrance to the south, where we can still put in limousines and buses go around. My concept actually has the same footprint. I did add a cafe that people can come and get a ice cream for their kids from the outside. It can be used from the inside. It goes down and around into a meditation area. It does have a unique thing. One thing we have, no one has, is an unobstructed view to the golden hour going west. So if you have an endless pool, the waterfall down here actually, how would I say this? You know how kids screech in pools and stuff, it gets real noisy. Well, with the waterfall, that is dampened down
People sit down there, they can get their food here, they can walk back up to a family unit. Anyway, all that
That's
is
time.
planned in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Todd Townsend, and then Ginny Powell, and then Wes Blackman.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South Chase Street. Again, this company has blown it with this pool. This is not a very good design. It's very small. It's not a city pool. It's a resort pool. There's no ADA equipment. It's very small for a growing population. It's not the right pool. I'm still waiting for one-on-ones with all of you all to discuss the actual pool that we should have, which is the pool that we have now, but a little teeny bit smaller. It's much less expensive to build the pool the way that I'm saying, which is our pool, but a little bit smaller, by building the pool inside of that pool, and save a lot of money, because there's going to be a ton of construction work to do what they want to do. And I just think that they're just like, it's just a really bad idea. And I'm still hoping to have my one-on-one with everybody on the commission. I've been waiting for a little while to get these one-on-ones. I hope not to, I'd like to have my one-on-ones with everybody before we do this. I've got a whole, my plan is actually a cohesive plan, and it fits with the whole. Exact. Thank you, Commissioner. That's why I love you.
Should have had a one-on-one call. This is probably a year ago.
That was a year ago. Yeah. See, that's what we do is we have a discussion, and then it goes into the wind, and then the money guys show up and say, "I want $16 million for this puny little pool with no ADA equipment whatsoever." My design has a splash pad within the pool area, and I've got one out in the park area for everybody to enjoy, just with their kids not going into the pool that day. There's a lot of details. I'm not going to try to talk about the details, but I've left you all one of those forward, one of these looking forward things that I've given, that the commissioner is now looking at. And I would like to, again, try to get my one-on-ones with all of you all to talk about what the city actually.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. Bless you.
Up next is Ginny Powell, and then Wes Blackman, and then Rosie McLeod. Barbara filled one out, but left.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. And I guess I was fortunate because I did have one-on-ones or two-on-one with Don Rosenshine multiple times with some of you. And I think that was helpful. But as you know, we always discuss the resort style. Commissioner Mavoy suggested unusual and unique. These are the things we need, especially to bring the tourists in the winter. We need the winter admissions because most of us, including me, don't go to the pool a whole lot between October and April. I go to Lake Lytle and swim laps, and then I leave. There's nothing to keep me there. There's no food. There's no, they might have a drink machine, but in the winter, it's too cold for me, even when the pool is heated. But the tourists, if it's too rough in the ocean, they're going to go to the pool. If there's jellyfish in the ocean, if there's seaweed in the ocean, we need the people to come in the winter because that's a lot of it. That's half the year. I mean, in summer, we have the kids, we have the residents, but I feel we need a resort style with as many resort style features as we can get in order to bring the winter tourists in. That's where we get the money to help maintain the pool and keep it operational. Somebody said earlier this evening that we had a pool years ago and nobody knew it was there, and that's true. So we made no money on it. It was terribly underutilized, but it was a basic pool. A basic pool is not enough to attract the tourists. Okay, about the 10-foot deep bump out for scuba diving lessons. I believe that is where a scuba diving class comes in and uses our pool for some training. I don't think we want to give the lessons, but I think we should evaluate that for the cost benefit. I don't know how much money we can really make on that. Is it enough people utilizing that? Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I think we try to examine things, look at the cost of that 10-foot bump out. Is it worth it? Are we going to make enough money? And look at some of these other features. I feel there are places to save money. Thank you.
Thank you. Wes Blackman and then.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Commissioners, Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive, certified urban planner, still, and user of a public pool 5 days a week. I used the pool at the Lake Worth Beach until it closed in 2017. Since that time, I've used the Palm Beach County Pool located in Lake Lytle Park, which is about 5 miles from my house. There is free parking, and as a person over 60, I get a monthly pass for a little over $35 a month. So if that works out to $1.75 a visit, if you go every day, the pool is open, which is 5 days a week for the general public. This morning at 10:30 a.m., I was the only one in the pool. There were no people at this meeting in the pool. Until you have an economic model and a marketing analysis, that pretty pictures that we're seeing here tonight are just that. A pool at this location at the beach requires that people use paid parking spaces or have a resident pass. Many people who formerly used the Lake Worth Beach pool did not live in the city, so they couldn't benefit from a parking pass. How much will the city need to charge per person in order to support the $16 million capital cost? If and when the city does anything with former pool area at the beach, one of the design features that needs to be included in the program is addressing the accessibility issues to the casino building, the grade differential between the lower parking area and the casino building needs to be addressed for the benefit of people with mobility issues. Likewise, the casino building does not have a proper or sufficient loading area. Delivery vehicles regularly use the area between the building and the Atlantic Ocean, which defeats the purpose of an oceanfront location. I'm really not a fan of a pool at the beach. I think there are other alternatives, and that would be where the smart money is spent, somewhere else. Thank you.
And next is Ramsey McLeod. Ramsey McLeod, last but not least. And two more online. Yeah.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. God bless you, really. Oh. 24 South C Street. I support the pool, but there were some real concerns that were brought up at the last meeting, and it seems like CPZ didn't even pay any attention to that. One of the main things that I was concerned about is, we don't have the map up, but where they show the service entrance area and maintenance, that's where they're putting all the chemicals and the rest of the stuff. And I strongly believe that legally you cannot put that location there under the restrooms and the changing rooms for the general public. I don't understand. So I still want that concern addressed. I just don't think that's right. Don't understand why the entrance is at the north end of this layout. It should be down by the lifeguard stations where you have it there in the public restrooms, where people can come right from the parking lot and get in instead of having to walk around the entire complex. For this design, you only have one entrance and one exit. I don't know which one is the paying station. It's not clarified there. The food pavilion seems to be a redundancy. Either have the food trucks or have the food pavilion. If you're going to have a food pavilion, then turn it into the tiki thing, because I didn't see that in the display at all. Keep it an open area if you want to have it. Otherwise, you have another competing restaurant with the restaurants that are struggling to survive up there as there is. Food trucks gives you flexibility and variety. Again, disabled veterans, disabled members of our community and in our county, there's no Hoyer lift listed on that design, but it should have been included. It shows inclusivity of all people, of all physical abilities or not. And it's indicated number 5 on their display is dune planning, but it doesn't show you where that is indicated on the legend. I couldn't find number 5. So I want to support this, but I think we can cut costs. We don't need the food pavilion. We need a better entrance area. The splash pad, I have a little concern with because it's near the sidewalk.
Thank you very much. And I think we share some of those concerns. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a couple comments?
I do. The first one is from Jonas Reed, 1325 North N Street. Hello, Madam Mayor, Commissioner, and City Manager. Before you move forward on this pool design, I think the city should be informed on the cost impact to the residents. Next year, the city residents will be hit with increases for shortfalls in the 2023 budget, 1.7 million short due to salaries not matching budget. Additionally, the 2024 budget currently being discussed increases almost every utility. For many of the residents of Lake Worth Beach, every penny counts. We've already spent $360,000 in planning on this. The constituents of this city deserve to know the cost impact before a decision on the design is made. Many of you ran on the promise to open this pool. Do not let that jade you to the fact that what is being proposed does align with the fiscal reality of this city. The next comment that I have is from Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. The current plan for the pool has more depth to allow laps, swim lessons, aerobics, as well as pleasure swimming. It also has more deck space for other social activities. It is not perfect, but let's get this done. It has been years and we still have not put this out to bid. Please move forward by voting yes. Those are the only two comments I have on this.
Thank you very much. I believe we had a motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Your nay? Passes 4-1. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
No,
What? Come on, give me a motion to adjourn. I'm
So
sorry.
close.
So, Madam Mayor, if I can say,
Yeah.
so from here, we will quickly get started.
We're done. That's
kidding. They heard motion to adjourn, they're out.
We will certainly quickly get started on working on the costs of the operational and maintenance as well as construction. And I do want to say two things that I did hear out of this meeting is to address the splash pad and also look at the food service portion of it. So, so
Flexibilities.
some flexibilities, but I do want to say regarding the food, sometimes the food is one of the biggest revenue makers of the project. So, but we will certainly be open-minded and evaluate that on both ends.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to hearing more about who's going to be the project manager and overseeing this. And we
Absolutely.
have
I'll
a lot
certainly-
to juggle and figure out.
Absolutely. And I'll keep you all included in that.
B, new business B. Okay. That was it. Oh, there was unfinished business.
That was unfinished business, Madam Mayor. New business A is the decorated artificial tree.
Okay. A, approve a goods and services agreement with Grandano Displays for a 30-foot decorated artificial holiday tree.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I do have one public comment, sorry.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I have one public comment on the tree.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's hear the public comment.
It's from Sue Welch, 1331 North Palmway. Please work into the contract that the tree is lit before sunset. Last year, we went to see the tree several times with my young kids and waited until 7 p.m. and it still wasn't lit. For reference, in the setting time, December 1st, sunset is 5:30 p.m. in our region. Those are all the public comments I have.
Thank you. It's a fair enough comment.
That's on the city side,
Okay, so we'll,
but we will make sure that it's corrected.
all right, so do I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
I thought Lauren wanted to tell us something.
Yeah, you
You're-
Don't prepare to be like, please, it's the most wonderful time to provide them.
Yeah. Thank you.
and we don't want to go full National Enquirer. But
Be on W.
Yeah, real quick. On, okay, new business.
We do have one more item.
Yes, I'm trying to get it a word in edgewise here. New business B, which is Garcia Hamilton and Associates Investment Management Agreement.
The exciting stuff.
Wait till 10:30 for this.
Oh, it is 10:30.
We appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Yannick Gendahayo, Interim Finance Director. This investment management firm, Garcia Hamilton Associate, was recommended by our investment consultant, ANCO. They are also the consultant for all of our pension plans. And the firm is actually investment managers for the firefighters pension plan as well. And I actually have Brad from ANCO. I would like him to talk a little bit. So he's the one that selected this. His firm actually selected this firm. So I'd like him to talk a little bit more about the firm.
Good evening, Brad.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. First, I want to thank you all. You voted to hire us and extend our relationship. We've been working with the pension funds since 2008, and you all as a commission hired us to help with the city funds and the cash reserves a few months ago. So thank you for that opportunity. It's an honor to work with the city. So as Yannick had said, we have, you've established an investment policy statement for your cash, excess cash reserves, surplus funds, and with, as part of that, you have the flexibility to hire an external manager. You hired ANCO, just like you do for the pensions, to kind of oversee the program, oversee the investment managers, make sure that your investment policy statement is being, you're in compliance with that on a quarterly basis. And as part of our services, our expertise is to evaluate and do due diligence on investment managers and try to find best of breed managers. And we had a few options that we brought to the table to Yannick and staff to manage a short duration, very conservative, liquid bond portfolio for your reserve funds. And ultimately, based upon a variety of factors, given the strength of the investment team, the long history, their expertise, they only manage fixed income. We came to a consensus where this firm, Garcia Hamilton, who's been managing assets for your firefighter pension fund since 1992, would be the best choice to help the city manage your short duration cash reserves.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Is there any public comment, ma'am?
There is not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
You brilliantly explained everything. Very, very good. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
I'm sorry, before we adjourn, I just wanted to mention the budget hearing on the 17th, as this agenda went out before it was scheduled. And so we wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we have budget work session number 4 on the 17th.
At 6 o'clock? At 6?
At 6 p.m. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Do we have the vote for the adjournment?
No.
We did.
Did we say aye? We didn't call the vote though.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Voted aye.